Vincent Crane, British rock organist and songwriter. He played the organ in that song, which was by The Crazy World of Arthur Brown.
Are there any current rock organists, or is that a position that has
Yeah, sure.
disappeared?
Sure, I'm sure there are.
Are they called organist?
What are you? I'm a rock organist.
The Crazy World of Arthur Brown, an English psychedelic rock band. That song was released in 1968, featuring Vincent Crane on the Hammond organ and piano. And it was the only hit for the Crazy World of Arthur Brown.
What a surprise.
0 after that.
Ed Brass thrilled.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
My grandmother had an organ. With the requisite
Sounds
bust
like a
of
song. My grandmother had an organ.
With
She
the
played
requisite
it
bust.
every day.
bust of
An elegant way of wasting time. It's Farting Around with Radio from Hell on X96.
Before you finish that sentence, with a bust of Arthur Chessman, Vincent Crane, the organist for Crazy World of Arthur Brown, right? A bust of Vincent Crane.
no Beethoven.
Who?
Well, she had 3 busts on her. It was Bach, Beethoven, and Arthur Brown.
Yeah. But Vincent Crane specifically. Rock organist. You know, I had a discussion with my mother-in-law years and years ago now about why she didn't, one of the reasons she didn't like rock music. You know, she's a classical music person, opera, all of that. I just can't. It's just so loud. Why do they have to do it so loud? And I said, Mary Helen, do you think that if Beethoven had the ability to crank it up,
Sure.
that he would, because that was his, I mean, he tried to get the loudest, biggest sound out of the organ that he possibly could.
Dun, dun, dun.
He was
That is a rock
criticized for
song.
it.
Sorry,
Yeah.
that's
he
a
was
rock
criticized for it. He was criticized for being too loud. She said, well, actually, you're probably right. I still don't like it, but so. The Crazy
Yeah, we think
World.
of those. Oh, they're classical music. It's, what old people
Orchestras.
listen to. No, for back they were the pop stars of their day. That was the popular.
and
music
it's
of the-
so music was like little chamber music, and you get 3 or 4 people in a room and they play, and then somebody said, "Yeah, well, what if we added this instrument and this instrument? It'll make it louder." And then they had these gigantic orchestras, all with the aim of making the music louder. What's that?
Is that Huey Lewis?
Yeah.
How did you know that was Huey Lewis?
Because that's from Back to the Future.
Oh,
I'm sorry, boys. You're just too darn loud.
See, because the joke was,
Right, I get it.
that's Huey Lewis.
Mm-hmm.
And
No, they were playing a Huey Lewis song. Trying out. See. Very meta.
so we got in the building today with no problem, apparently. The doors were fine, and are they still just jimmied open? Or
No. Well, okay, so the power's on. Lights are on, thank God.
Okay, that's good.
The stairwell door is still broken. But everything else is working. We're here, we're good. We have lights. That's nice.
that's good.
well,
You
had
didn't have lights yesterday.
No.
but it was the generator lights, the barely on
Well,
lights.
so certain things are hooked up to generator power in the studio, specifically the computers, to make sure that we're still on air. So there were no lights when I first got in here this morning or yesterday. Like when we first got into the building about 7:30ish, I think. There were no lights on. We couldn't turn them on. I had to get an engineer to actually run power to my production studio to even remotely think about getting the TriCaster up. It was a whole thing.
I mean, that's really. I think it was great that Trent and Dave both came. They're our engineers. They made a rare appearance at the studio.
Dave's for the most part. Dave is always here.
Yeah.
Dave's usually there at 6:30 every morning. Was Eric there? I thought I saw pictures of Eric there.
Eric was not here.
He was not. Okay.
It was Dave, our building maintenance guy. Trent, I think one of their other engineers that I can't remember the name of. That's not Eric or Dave. It's kind of like a part-time one. And then the morning show people from us and Mix and U92.
Well, that was an exciting morning, wasn't it? We just sat here
Yeah.
and chatted until about 7:15.
It's kind of nice. It was relaxing.
I want to say thank you to Blaine in the chat room for ordering donuts for Skip and I here. Miriam is gone today, but we have donuts.
Oh,
So
Hey,
thank you,
Blaine.
Blaine. That was really sweet.
Very, very nice, Blaine. I'll give you my address if you'd like it.
Yeah, but see, you didn't have to chainsaw a door yesterday.
It's true, you didn't, Bill. That you didn't earn a
true.
donut yesterday.
That's true. And even if I'd been there, I would have said, "Someone chainsaw that door."
Bill would have been sitting in his car waiting for us to say we're in.
Absolutely.
You're just lucky that I live nearby.
Exactly.
Chainsaw guy, get in there.
It was an experience that I don't want to experience again.
I hope you don't have to.
Me too. I think security got the figure on that and are going to change that key card situation.
But see, now you've got one of those radio stories
Yeah.
that you can tell.
Then there was the time we had to chainsaw a door open to get into
To
the
break into the
story.
station.
It's
There,
a good
we've
story.
had
When all the-
so many
when-
of those.
I was going to say, when all the radio stories are being told, you can wait for all the old guys to tell their stories about, I got
yeah,
locked
that's
out or
cool,
whatever.
that's cool,
And
but-
you go, I had to chainsaw a door to get out. Boom, you win. Dinner is bought for you.
Yeah.
And,
Right. Just
Now, if
that
you're-
easy.
If you're with radio people, dinner is not bought for you.
It was for me.
it's on trade, Bill.
Yeah.
That's the sales guys. Hey, I got trade.
You
Well-
get dinner at the Grey Cliff Lodge.
For fine food and,
And
romance.
romance.
I'm having trouble here with the. I thought I had a whole file full of boner candidates here,
Oh, no.
and now I'm looking at it, and this is what? Wait, there's only 3 in there.
Well, that's
3.
not enough. You need
No,
3 more
I-
than that.
I don't know what either I didn't have as many as I thought, or that I've misplaced them. So I
You need
to
me
do
to
some-
round some up for you?
Well, maybe, unless I just filed them somewhere else, which I may have done. Could we just put off the show for another 20 minutes or
No,
so?
no. We
Just
did
throw on
that
a best of.
yesterday.
And,
Yeah, I guess not. Ah, well.
oh, well. Let's see. Let's see. We got. Okay. Yeah, I think we're ready to begin.
Okay.
Have we farted around enough?
Yes.
Okay, I think so.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Okay, then. Check-ins. How about that? At 877-602-9696. You didn't have a chance to do it yesterday.
No.
And we'll
we
check
should have
the
a
phones.
backlog of check-ins.
Yeah, we'll check the phones to make sure they're set and ready to go, right? So check in with the Radio from Hell show. I know you missed doing it yesterday, so today you can call 877-602-9696 and check in with the Radio from Hell show.
All right, we will take a break. We will be back. Quite a show lined up for you today. We'll
Really?
tell you all about it coming up.
Really? That's news
We
to
do?
Bill.
Well, I know he'll be looking for boners.
I just...
We'll have all that and more coming up. Stand by. And now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
Go,
Here's
Gina.
the good news: if you get fully vaccinated, life is amazing, and I'm not overselling that. There's lots you can do if you're fully vaccinated. You can resume the activities that you did prior to the pandemic, 2 weeks after the second dose of either Pfizer or Moderna, or 2 weeks after the single dose Johnson & Johnson. Fully vaccinated people can resume activities without wearing a mask or physical distancing, except where it's required by state law, or certain businesses can still require you to wear a mask. But if you travel, you don't need to get tested before and after you travel. You don't have to quarantine after you travel. It's maybe people are vaccine hesitant because they are just, maybe I
Just-
want to wait. Don't
Here's the thing.
wait.
Here's the thing. The vaccine is so available.
Yeah.
It is so available. The only excuse, just admit you're afraid of needles. Just admit it.
It's available for all Utahns 12 and older. You can find a vaccine location near you by texting your zip code to 438829.
I have a list that I saw this morning that I thought Gina might find interesting.
Oh, wow, okay.
It's Radio from Hell with another list, because people love a good list. X96.
Now, if this doesn't spur some conversation, we can move to Gina's list. What was your list, Gina? It's the things that you, precautions you take that might kill you, right? That's important information as well. But this is 5 signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually.
Intellectual.
You know, like one of you's
Why
really
did you
smart.
want me to have that?
Like one of you's really smart, and one of you's not so smart.
Not compatible.
Yeah. Now,
You
my
have to
wife
explain
and
this
I.
to me, Bill, because I'm not very smart. I need you to.
Okay. Well, the list should explain it. Okay. But if you have any questions,
okay.
feel free to ask.
Well, let's not forget that Joe is a doctor, and
Yes.
you didn't finish college.
He's a
Why
scientist.
does that always have to come up? Why is that
Because it's true. So
I
here's.
mean,
There's
I
lots
feel
of
like
things that
I
are
feel,
true.
Listen, I feel like I can bring it up because I didn't even go to college.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So-
What's the list?
Here are the signs that you and your partner are not compatible intellectually. Doesn't have anything to do with education, really. It has
okay.
to do with
All right.
intellectual abilities.
All right, that's different.
Number 1, your partner feels superior and you feel inferior in the bonding. He acts like a teacher all the time when the two of you talk. He always tries to make you realize that you're wrong and that he's right.
No, that's you. You're the one that does that.
I'm,
Of course,
Gina,
we're kind of married, Bill. So
Gina, I'm just asking you to consider these things privately. I don't need you. I don't need you to weigh in. I just want you to think about it. Okay. Number 2, when you two are not intellectually compatible, then you feel bored in the relationship. So you call friends and family members to get the mental stimulation that you're lacking in your relationship. Or you have a
Joey's on
food
the phone
mistress
a
that
lot.
you go at. Or you have a food mistress that you go someplace with.
It's true.
Number 3, people who always feel like competing with each other while having a conversation. Sometimes competition is fun in a relationship, but it cannot be the usual case. It's okay to be a little competitive sometimes, but you shouldn't feel like you're always in competition with your spouse. Number 4, if you can't have a deep conversation at all after having small talk, then there's a big issue in the bonding, which needs to get fixed.
how do you even get to the point of getting married if you can't do that before?
Well, this is I think this is advice. A lot of advice. These are things you should have considered, or perhaps Joe should have considered before he married you. But he was just blind. He was just blinded by your beauty, I think.
No, that wasn't it.
Number 5, the last one. If you need any advice from your partner about something, then instead of giving it, they will start talking about themselves for giving examples on the same topic. When people are not compatible intellectually, they often tend to do this. So it's not quite clear, is it?
No, I don't
No.
understand that one.
So,
really.
If you want
Please
some
help
advice,
me, smarter person.
So if you want some advice from your partner, what do you think I ought to do about this? They say, well, here's how I would do it. This is what I would do. I've had this experience, and this is what I do, and this is it's all becomes centric, rather than, well, given your limited abilities, maybe you,
You couldn't
Maybe
possibly
what you
handle
should-
this the same way I would. You don't have the capacity to
Yeah.
deal with this in the way that I would deal with it.
given your small thinking, what I would, yeah. So that's your list of 5
Great,
things.
thanks.
Hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Well, wait a second. I got a little bit more.
I can handle things. I'm smart. Like dumb, I'm smart, and I want respect.
Yeah, what he said.
Fredo.
Fredo. All right. All right, 621.
I think I scrambled, and I found boner candidates. I'm not going to guarantee that today is going to be the best crop of boner candidates you ever heard, but
Well, Tropos is suggesting that when the book is written, it be called Folder Full of Boners, the Radio from Hell story.
there you go. Whole folder full of boners. All right, let's get this thing over with, shall we?
Yes.
We'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696 in just a couple of minutes. But first of all, we have to officially begin the program.
Brought to you by Young Automotive Group. They have a huge selection of new vehicle brands and over 1,000 pre-owned vehicles. You'll find the vehicle you want at a price you can afford. Visit any Young Automotive dealership or browse online at youngautomotive.com.
The moon is going toward being full. It's a waxing gibbous moon, 68.5% of full. The moon will rise today at 3:08 p.m. Today being Friday, it's the 21st day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2021, 428 days since we abandoned the studio and started broadcasting from home due to the coronavirus pandemic. And you're listening to the greatest morning show in broadcast history.
Wow.
This is Radio from Hell, urging you to join with us and stop the spread of fake news as we see the media awash with this story claiming that no amount of alcohol is good for you. The Lords of Morning Radio want to assure you that this story is not true, and we're fine. We're just fine. We are. And we are Kerry Jackson, one of the great stars of the Radio from Hell show. Bill Allred, another star of the Radio from Hell show. The person that the show really is all about, Gina Barberi, the shining bright star of the whole show. Our producer, Katie for short, is in the studio making sure that this stuff runs well. And we also have Skip and Miriam gorging themselves on donuts in the producer's booth.
Oh, Miriam's on vacation, I think.
Oh, is
she
Miriam
is?
gone? Yeah, it's just Skip.
Did she go someplace fun?
Florida. Oh, sorry to hear that.
Florida. By the way, Bill, speaking of Florida, I don't know if you
Yes.
have any Florida man boners,
We should. I saw this. Yeah.
but if we ever do have a Florida man, and this comes to us from our consultant,
I'll make
the
it
all-
clear.
the all-knowing suit, anytime it is a Florida man boner, unless it is in fact Festus that is committing
Your
the
son.
bonerific act, you need to qualify a Florida man, not Festus.
Not
Oh,
Festus.
okay.
Was
Yeah. Because he is now a Florida man.
he is.
All right, we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696, right? Yeah.
Yes. Let's begin with Braden. Hi, Braden.
Good morning, one and all.
Thanks for checking
morning.
in, Braden.
Hey, thanks for letting me check in, Bill. How are you today?
I'm good.
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 Glad to hear it. I am doing well myself. I'm just headed to work, hoping that this weekend will go well. I'm a little disappointed that it's going to rain, but I guess we need the water, so whatever.
Did you have big outdoor plans this weekend?
Well, I'd really like to go fishing, Gina. I got to reinstate my fishing license and get that up to date, but, I haven't done that in a while, and that sounds really nice.
Well,
sometimes
Braden,
they're-
just for you, it's going to be sunny most of the day tomorrow. We'll have rain
Okay,
today,
that's
but
what
you
I
will
like to
have,
hear.
But sometimes the fishing is really good. They really start biting when there's a little bit of a rain. They really.
You're not wrong.
Yeah, I know I'm not wrong. I don't need your confirmation on that, Braden.
Braden, Bill comes from a long line of frontiersmen and outdoorsmen.
That's right.
Right?
You're right.
So,
All right. Well, you guys have a great rest of your day. I'm going to do the same, and I hope that we have some good boner candidates.
well, I'm not guaranteeing that.
No, Bill, you got to sell them, Bill. They're great. Great crop of boner candidates.
Okay.
They're going to be awesome.
Okay.
All right.
Thanks, Braden.
Let's go to, let's see, it's Nick. Hi,
Is
Nick.
this Nick or?
Hey, it's the right guy. Sorry,
Nick?
I'm over at Todd Newcomb's house right now. I didn't need to get in with any engineers. I'm house sitting his place for a few days while he's out of town, and I just broke out the wet dog food for the dogs, like as you went over to me. So
He gives the dogs wet dog food. He must really love them.
it's a mix. Yeah, it's a hybrid of dry dog food, but yeah, that I'm glad they like it because obviously the smell does not do me that well.
Nick, I know you really want to be more involved in the radio station. The night guy doesn't get much, doesn't get much of a spotlight. So I know you want to be more involved in doing other things at the radio station. So where were you yesterday when they were trying to get in? I mean, you could have been helpful.
I was a suburban man. I've adopted a suburban man lifestyle over the next few days. So while you guys were having all the troubles that you were having, I was sipping on my coffee, hanging out in a robe, throwing a bone to the dogs in the backyard.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Thinking,
quite
I
a
wonder
beautiful
why
thing.
they're not on right now.
Gee.
Keep gloating, Nick. Keep gloating. That's all I have to say.
Well, and we're learning Learning some things about Todd Newcomb while he's gone. He's one of these elites who gives his dogs canned food.
Yeah, the expensive stuff.
Thinks he's better than the rest of us. Also, that smell doesn't bother Todd because he grew up in Ogden.
Yeah.
That's true.
Reminds him of home.
I'll
it's just
bet
like
that's
home.
I'll bet that's Alpo too, isn't it?
Yeah, what brand does Todd buy for his dogs?
Oh, I just tossed it into the trash. So let's
Go to
dig
the
out that
cupboard and
stinky
look.
can.
Yeah.
The trash is closer. Blue home-style recipe.
Oh, that expensive
Home-style
stuff.
recipe.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Liberal
It's really
elite is what he is. He's
Straight from the dog food plants of Ogden.
thinks he's so much better than the rest of us, doesn't he?
Now, Nick, does Todd stock his fridge for you when you're there, or
He
does he
better.
make any other special preparations for you as the house sitter of his house?
I mean, this is my side hustle, right? Like going over to other people's houses, hanging out for a bit, and eating their food for a few days.
Nick will do it. Nick will do it if he just says, if you let me wear your robe, I'll do it.
Yeah. No, but he, while he was very courteous to let me eat what was hanging out at his house, I did make a big grocery run because I don't have much of a kitchen at my place in Salt Lake, so I like taking advantage and making a few meals while I'm here.
And besides, all that was in Todd's pantry was leftover Chinese food in the fridge.
That was my food the other day, and it was rancid, and I ate it anyways.
All right, Nick. Well, thanks for checking in with us. And next time there's an emergency at the station, I would suggest if you want to get more involved, make sure you rush to the scene, okay?
You got it. I'll be
All
there
right.
next time.
Thanks, Nick.
Got to be indispensable.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do. All right.
Thank you, Nick.
See you later.
Here's a texter. I was chatting with someone who's considering joining the Navy, and I automatically said, I have a friend who just joined, stationed in Jacksonville, before realizing Festus and I are not really friends. I just listened to him growing up on the radio.
Oh, you're friends. You can claim him as a friend.
Sure.
Yeah,
Traffic, please.
The traffic is your friend this morning. I have, let's see, no accidents been reported for the last hour, at least according to UDOT. Now, maybe according to you, you're seeing something. Oh, yeah, like right here. A friend of the program says I-15 northbound from Point of the Mountain to 215 is being heavily patrolled this morning. Several officers are hiding. Several officers have pulled people over. Looks like a dragnet of some kind happening at Point of the Mountain. So
Bear trap.
thank you, whoever sent that in via text at 33986. University Credit Union wants to give you $400 in just 3 easy steps. You can get up to $400. See a University Credit Union branch for details or go to ucreditu.com.
All right. We will take a break. We will be back. Full strength big boy news and opinioendo coming up. Of course, boners are on the way as well. And a lot of stuff happening. Wendy's for breakfast. Now, I get off the air at 10. I don't. Maybe I'll drive to Wendy's and get before it's too late.
Yeah.
Make myself some breakfast.
You'll have time.
Yeah. $3 classic breakfast deal has arrived right now. At Wendy's, you get your choice of a classic sausage, egg, and cheese, my favorite, or the classic bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwich. And people are saying, are you saying that the sausage is your favorite because you feel like, it gets the short shrift because everybody loves bacon? No, I genuinely love the sausage. I really do. They're paired with these small seasoned potatoes, these crispy seasoned potatoes that are just delicious. And you get all that for just $3. So you can afford breakfast this morning. Hit the drive-thru. You've got enough, quarters in your ashtray there to pay for it. It's just a great deal, and it's so delicious. Grade A eggs on every breakfast sandwich, and those hot, crispy potatoes. $3 classic breakfast deal has arrived at Wendy's. The classic sausage, egg, and cheese or classic bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwich at Wendy's. Ladies and gentlemen, the Radio from Hell radio players.
Sex. Boom. There, I said it.
You did it. Good for you. I love how you snicker and can't say that word with a straight face.
I didn't snicker. All I'm saying is our relationship expert is in the studio. And I made a breakthrough. Didn't I?
What was it?
I said sex. over the public airwaves.
Oh, by the way, I did get your email with all your questions. We're going to go through them one by one tonight.
All right, thanks for throwing me under the bus.
It's all good, brother. Big Daddy's here.
The birds and the bees. It's a conversation that is a famous in culture.
Oh yeah, critical.
What actual percentage would you say from your experience as a relationship coach, what percentage of families actually have this conversation with their kids?
You know, my gut would tell me 35%.
Really? See, I would have put it somewhere around like 5, 10.
Well, I don't know, you think, but I don't know that they do a great job about it.
You know there's things we don't talk about, kids.
Right.
One of them is the birds and the bees.
I think we're getting to a day and age when more and more of it is happening. There are some great statistics about, teenage sex and things like that. And, those numbers are dropping, not doing it as much as they used to, amazingly.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that nationwide or just in Utah?
Nationwide.
Okay.
And, in fact, I'm looking for those as we're talking. I think what we're starting to see is, for example, younger adolescents, so younger than 15 years of age, are delaying sexual intercourse by a great number. In fact, here's some examples, some other statistics. Ages 12 to 19-year-olds report parents are their greatest influence regarding sexual decision-making and values.
Okay.
37% say their parents were the most important key as opposed to their friends, 33%, siblings 5%, and the media. So parents, it's a critical thing that you talk to your kids. 94% of adolescents and 91% of, it's 94% of adolescents and 91% of parents believe that adolescents should be advised that they should not have sex before completing high school.
That's interesting because, not the most part, but a lot of parents believe that their kids aren't going to listen to them.
Oh, yeah. No.
They don't have the kind of influence over their teenagers that they wish they had. But what you're saying is...
they expect it.
So, yeah, parents, step up. I think Utah, I believe we do have a bit of stigma around this topic. Sometimes we don't want to go there. Sometimes we think it's opening up a can of worms, but I think it's completely your responsibility. And, you would let your kid go and do something dangerous, without some advice, some information.
Like rock climbing or...
Like rock climbing, right. You'd make sure they knew what was going on. You'd make sure that they...
or driving.
Uh-huh, right.
What the hell was that?
That was the Radio from Hell radio players.
What? How long was that?
Too long.
How long was that?
4 minutes.
What did they say?
And that was cut off.
And I still don't know what they said.
I have no idea what they were talking
There was
about.
more of
6:38, and it is time for Full Strength, Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
During the month of May, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE.
I'm sure Katie already knows this, but it really, 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 really is going to happen. Bette Midler, Sarah Jessica Parker, and Kathy Najimy all confirmed Hocus Pocus Part 2, The Search for Curly's Gold.
Yeah, I'm still super skeptical on how they're going to do this.
Really?
I'm so skeptical because they ended the original perfectly.
Oh,
Well,
so you're not necessarily on board with
No.
this then?
Okay,
No.
So for those of us who didn't see it, and that's me, how did they end it perfectly?
The black flame candle burned out. Winifred was on hollowed ground. She turned into stone and then exploded. The sun came up. The other two exploded because it was past their time and they were in the daylight.
See, you can explain that all you want. I don't know what you're talking
It
about.
ended perfectly.
Yeah, see, I
Their
think
spell was to bring them back for one day, one single day, until unless they could get the souls of children. They
They're
didn't get the
witches.
souls.
They're witches. They can do what they want.
they can be brought back because magic. It's easy to do,
the
which is
film
why
will-
my wife hates magic
This is why I'm
stories.
skeptical, and we will see.
She goes, it's lazy storytelling.
I will see
right.
it, but
Or an alternate time. There was an alternate timeline.
Yeah.
The film will premiere exclusively on Disney Plus in 2022. Production starts this fall on the movie. Here's the plot synopsis of Hocus Pocus 2.
All right.
3 young women accidentally bring the Sanderson sisters, Bette Midler, Kathy Najimy, bring them back to modern-day Salem. They accidentally bring them back. And now must figure, like they're messing with an Ouija board or something.
Probably something like
And
that.
so they have to figure out how to stop the child-hungry witches from wreaking a new kind of havoc on this world.
So it's the same story. It's the same
It really
story.
is. So it'll work.
No, don't worry. Those witches at the end of that movie will learn their lesson and pass their magic along to these 3 young people so that Hocus Pocus 3 can come down the pike
'Cause
in
money.
a couple of years.
So,
money.
what really worked well when it comes to the coronavirus vaccine? Having a lottery where you're going to give away $1 million a week to people who get vaccinated. That's Ohio. That's what they did. That's what they're in the midst of doing. The governor said we're going to give away for 5 weeks, I think it is, $1 million a week. If you get vaccinated, you'll get a lottery ticket. And then once a week we'll draw, and the winner will get $1 million. I think I don't have the figure right in front of me, but the vaccine rate went up like 30%, which is pretty good.
The country of India would like to have a word.
Demand for vaccines is dwindling in the United States. The country is inoculating an average of about 1.8 million people per day, which is down. This is down overall the nation, about 3.3 million in mid-April. Part of the problem is access. Some people they have jobs and they just can't get away to do it, or the responsibility of child care. Others are struggling with poverty. They just can't work the way out of their lives to go get a vaccine. Many are adrift or out of reach or just uninformed. So across the country, health officials are taking vaccines on the road. They're actually taking them to people. They're going to people's houses, like door to door, and vaccinating them in certain neighborhoods.
Whatever
which
it
I think-
takes.
I think that's a really good idea to do that. Take the vaccines to the people. Utah reported 266 more COVID-19 cases and 4 additional deaths yesterday. That shows an increase. There was an increase of 266 cases, and the state's total is 403,584 of coronavirus cases. Let's see. Oh, the police in Provo are warning residents to be careful. Just be on guard because there's a bear wandering around Provo.
A bear?
Yeah. What appeared to be one bear
Bear?
wandering. One
The
bear.
There's the beer?
The Hams bear?
I told you alcohol is fine.
Wait, that's my sign off today. I told you.
What appeared to be one bear wandering through a Provo neighborhood Thursday morning prompted police to issue a warning to the public. A black bear was seen wandering around 900 East Center Street after midnight, when the teddy bears come out to have their picnic, while a video taken from the grounds of the Utah State Hospital nearby showed, sure enough, a bear. Utah's extreme drought is expected to cause more sightings than usual. The Provo Police Department said people should get to a secure place if they see a bear and never approach one to get a photo. Bears also should not be fed, as that would be likely a draw for more bears to come. The word gets out. They spread the word to their fellow bears.
And do not feed marshmallows to bears like this.
Don't do that.
I've seen that done.
I just heard a story about that. Who?
There's this story of this Alaska guy who he has survived a horrific bear attack. He was able to bind up his wounds and call 911 after being mauled by a brown bear that bit him multiple times on the head. And if you see pictures of this guy, you can tell he's lucky to be alive. Alan Minish was conducting a land survey in Alaska when he unknowingly walked up on an adult brown bear. He was alone about a half mile from the road. The bear charged him. All of a sudden, I looked up, he said, and about 30 feet away there was this nice-sized brown bear, and it looked at me, and it came at me, and I thought, great. I'm going to be killed by a bear. He tried to take some shelter behind some shrubs, but the bear didn't care, and mainly the bear just took his head in its mouth and started chomping away. And he's lucky to be alive. Let's see. Utah's drought is really bad. This Governor Cox said it's not just bad; it's really bad. Governor Spencer Cox is warning Utahns about extreme drought conditions. There will likely be water restrictions and fire restrictions and a possible ban on fireworks.
I was at my sister's house last weekend. Her house is right on Pine View Reservoir. Like she has,
not floating on it, but
no, but she has a shoreline property barrier, and she was telling me how and she remembers Memorial Day because that's usually a big day for people to go to the reservoir and boat.
Go boating.
And she was showing me where the old water line was just from a year ago, and there's like buoys and all kinds of things just sitting in the grass because the water. Yeah. The Pine View is 18 feet lower than it should be this time of year.
Pretty soon you're going to be seeing all the old cars in there.
Yeah, I mean, really, it's so. And this is the time of year it should be about the fullest. And
but they're going to ban fireworks.
Okay.
Yeah, they really should. That it says a possible fireworks ban, and people will be up in arms if they ban fireworks. Well, you can't do that.
Yes, we can. It's
dangerous
please
as
do.
Hell. Yeah. And here at Radio from Hell, we're doing our part to conserve water by drinking more alcohol.
Yes,
that's because it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Just fine.
Nothing wrong with it. Charles Lynn Frost, our good friend Charles Lynn Frost, and I realized yesterday when Charles died, we really lost two people.
Mm-hmm.
We lost Charles and we lost Sister Dottie Dixon. Charles had spent some time battling colon cancer. He died Wednesday after the battle was over. A lot of people probably think they're the most special people in the whole world because they were his friend, said his oldest son, Ryan Frost. Frost and Troy Williams first created the character of Sister Dottie back in 2007 on KRCL. And then, of course, Charles, as Sister Dottie, was on our show for a number of years as well. I got an email from somebody who said, I met Sister Dottie one time, I met Charles one time, and whatever he stopped and talked to me and looked at me, and all of a sudden I felt like I was the most important person in the world.
Aw.
The way he handled just meeting me casually. And I I got an email from another friend of the program who said, who knew Charles was sick, and the friend of the program said, I'm just going to miss you, and I'm going to miss Sister Dottie. I'll never hear Sister Dottie again.
Yeah.
And Charles said, if you want Sister Dottie to be here, turn your back, turn around so you can't see me. And then he started talking like Sister
That's so
Dottie.
cute.
Yeah.
People.
I like what Todd said yesterday. Did you read Todd's post?
No, what did he say?
Because actually, I don't know how many comments you guys read of the posts we did, because there
I
were
read a
hundreds
few.
of them.
Yeah.
And many of them said, I had no idea until yesterday that Sister Dottie was an actor, that was not a real person. And Todd responded to one of those by saying, here's how good Charles was. There were times when I knew Sister Dottie was scheduled to be on the Radio from Hell show, and it was a snowy December day, and I was for a second worried about Sister Dottie driving from Spanish Fork to Salt Lake. And then I remembered, oh wait, Charles lives downtown. He doesn't have that far to drive.
Yeah.
And we've known about Charles' condition for a while, and we were very vague about it. So I to all the people who would ask me, where's Sister Dottie? What's going on with Sister Dottie? And I would just reply with, she's having some a health situation. I was very vague about it because I didn't feel like it was my place to say anything. But the other comments I got was how many people Sister Dottie helped come out of the closet. So many people Sister Dottie helped feeling better about who they really are, so that was public service as far as I'm concerned.
Now, Charles talked about how difficult it was. He said he grew up in Utah County, Spanish Fork, and he knew he was gay, but he fought against that when he was, and there was a woman who really fell for him when they were very young, and he ended up marrying her. Charles said he went to his bishop to talk about it, and said, but I don't think I want to be with women. And the bishop said, no, you marry her and those feelings will go away, and have kids as soon as you can, and those feelings will go away. So Charles, being a good, faithful person, did that. And he had nothing.
They were
but
married for 20 years or something.
Yeah, they had
quite a while.
four kids, and Charles had nothing but good to say about his ex-wife. But he said, I just couldn't do it after that. Finally, I couldn't do it anymore. And I know his kids. I've met a couple of his kids, and they just love him to death. And
Katie, we're gonna throw some best of Sister Dottie's on Saturday. Is that right? We'll throw a few there between 6 and 10 Saturday morning right here on X96, and you can hear those.
All right. I just want you to know Pringles is entering the fried chicken sandwich wars.
Pringles.
Now I'm listening.
Pringles is partnering with Wendy's for the newest chip flavor based on the chain's spicy chicken sandwich. Spicy chicken sandwich flavored Pringles.
Awesome.
All right.
I will try that.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's it.
Sports weather traffic.
Sports brought to you by Jiffy Lube Multicare. Get services on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. Visit JiffyLubeUtah.com for services, locations, and special offers. Anywhere is possible with Jiffy Lube. So everyone's been wondering, is Donovan Mitchell going to come back? Is he better? Is he okay? What's going on? He's been practicing with the team, and it looks like he's going to play on Sunday. Now, how much he's going to play, I don't know if they're going to, ease him into it a little bit and see how he does.
Have you said that it's okay for him to play yet, Gina?
Well, I'm very concerned about Donovan.
Yes,
'Cause
I know.
we've shared the same injury, this sprained ankle. He also stepped off the curb from Petco and Sugar House Commons. Is how he did his. But it looks like they're just going to take it very slowly and see how he does. He wants to be able to make it all the way through the playoffs and hopefully to the finals. So we'll see how he does on Sunday.
So okay, I'm on the bandwagon, by the way.
Oh, you are? You're back.
I'm on the Jazz bandwagon.
Okay, good. Let's see. In the Bees, they are. Let's see. They're playing the Round Rock. Who's Round Rock? Where are they from?
The Round Rocks?
Round Rock. I don't know. I'm going to look into that. I'll stay on top of that story for you.
Get to the bottom of this, would you?
It's the El Paso Round Rocks.
Something like that. Let's see. They are playing, and remember, they have opened up for full capacity at Smith's Ballpark. So yeah, you can take the family and go to a game this weekend. Let's see, weather, and it should be a nice day Saturday. Looks like your best bet for going to a baseball game. Mostly sunny and 70 tomorrow. Now today we're going to be windy with a 60% chance of showers today. But it should clear up overnight tonight. And like I said, Saturday looks pretty nice. Then Saturday night into Sunday, we have a 50% chance of showers with thunderstorms, high of 64 on Sunday. And then we're back to sunny on Monday. It looks like 69 for a high that day.
All right.
That is brought to you by... During the month of May, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29 with Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Call 801-264-HALE. I thought a friend of the program sent us a little bit of traffic here. Wreck south of 32nd South. Harrison in Ogden. Fire truck has Western Lane blocked. Thank you, whoever sent that in via text at 33986. If you see something and it's safe for you to send it in, that is how you do it. Let's see. Looks like few raindrops are starting to affect traffic. So make sure you have your lights on and leave some space between you and the car in front of you. Need a great auto loan rate? Granite Credit Union has auto loans at 1.99% financing. Go to granite.org for details. Awesome auto rates and benefits only at granite.org.
All right. We got round one of your boners, big boy news, all coming up in the next hour. And, of course, boner of the week happens today because it's Friday. Friday. Say it right. Friday. All that and more on the way. Stand by. Don't rent. Talk to Brent.
Yeah, you know, Brent Scott, been in the realty game and real estate game here in the Valley for many years now. He's with Realty Path. Brent Scott always says, don't rent, talk to Brent. If you can possibly get into it. So how do you buy a house right now when it's so crazy out there? Well, if you get Brent Scott on your side, he'll tell you how to do it. He'll get it done for you. Brent wants to make sure that you have a chance to compete to buy homes. So get a hold of Brent Scott. You can call him 1-877-BRENT-41. That's 1-877-BRENT-41. Give Brent 10 minutes, and he'll change your life. I promise you. He will make sure that you get into a home. He's helped so many people find their dream homes. Brent wants to make sure that don't sign with any agent until you talk to Brent. Okay, so call Brent Scott 1-877-BRENT-41. Don't rent. Talk to Brent.
The workday can get so stressful between.
We got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried so we started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She
I
hated
hated them.
Now, the wasabi.
Now they have 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well. Bill Frost.
Yep. Not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot,
Now,
Tasty.
but they're flavorful.
now I've got the bag of cheddar, bacon, mac and cheese here, and Gina said of the wasabi, "Oh, you got your winner right here." My guess is she won't even try the bacon, mac and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
I don't care.
No, there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
It's a principle. No, I'm not going
and
to.
this is far enough
You're gonna love it.
removed
You're gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
This isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango
Yeah.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese, because mainstream America will love that flavor.
Let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
have those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah. Mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was it
Yes.
4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
can
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
For Ripley.
They're peanut butter. Seven.
quick-
Huh? Yes.
Quick correction.
Yes.
I was getting ahead of myself with the bees. They're currently on the road playing the Las Vegas Aviators through the 25th. They'll be back home on the 27th against Round Rock Express, which is Round Rock City, a Texas city about 20 miles outside of Austin. Thank you, friend of the program, for correcting me on
Thanks, and I'm glad we got that in, man. People would have been showing up to the ballpark and going, "Where are the bees?"
I told them to go to a game tomorrow. I didn't want that happening.
Man. All right.
All right. We do have Darlene McDonald on the phone.
Good morning, Ms. McDonald. How are you?
Oh, good morning. I am well, thank you.
Darlene McDonald has run for political office here in Utah, and I was just looking at some stuff about you. You were elected as a DNC National Committee woman to represent Utah, and a delegate for you were a delegate for Joe Biden, correct?
That is correct, yes.
All right. So I guess Gina saw an editorial, a piece that you had written about critical race theory.
Well, and I don't know what it is. I am sort of aware what it is, but I feel like a lot of people are talking like they understand what it is, and I've never studied it, and most of us haven't. And I would like to have you speak to that and explain critical race theory to us.
Okay, full disclosure, I am not an expert on critical race theory. I am pretty much like most people who have recently learned what critical race theory is because it has been in the news a lot. And one of the reasons why you and I can be wrong, you could have gone to law school. I have not gone to law school. Critical race theory is it's used in law schools mostly. And it was developed around the 1970s to explain why many of the civil rights laws that have passed have not fulfilled the promises. So it's basically saying that our institutions, what we call systemic racism, exists, and it exists within our institutions, especially the educational institution with many educational policies, and our financial institutions. I talk about mortgage loans and what happened during the financial crisis with the mortgage-backed lenders, and that's a whole another conversation. And also with redlining, that's another way that we can define how to measure institutionalized racism as well. That's the reason why most people did not know what critical race theory was or is, and that it has been around since the 1970s.
And there's sort of really no reason they should know what it is, because it's a kind of a high. It's really a look at history from a really high perspective and a distant perspective that's not really necessary for people to know in their daily lives.
Exactly.
But it is a way of looking at. I thought the first thing you said was really telling. Given all the civil rights legislation that's been passed over the years, and none of it has seemed to really take hold completely. And in fact, for instance, let's talk about the Voting Rights Act.
Oh, yes. Yes.
The Voting Rights Act passed in the, 60s, I think?
1965.
Yes.
So to make sure that people of color, black African American people particularly, had rights to vote.
Yes.
It took until 1965 to figure out that they were being discriminated against when it came to voting. So they passed this law, and just recently the Supreme Court and Justice Roberts said, well, I think we can get rid of the Voting Rights Act now. It looks like it's worked.
We got President Obama. See, it works. Everything's fine.
Black people can vote just fine now, so let's get rid of that. And so what happens? States start trying to pass laws that restrict voting, and it's aimed mainly at African American people.
Yes, yes, and this is the thing. So in 2015, Justice Roberts, just like you said, we don't need this anymore, let's get rid of it. It was Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act that required states, predominantly states that have a history of disenfranchising African American black voters. Those states being states like Texas, Florida, Georgia, southern states that we become known, mostly the Confederate states that were slave states. So that happened. The late Ruth Bader Ginsburg made the famous quote, "You don't throw away your umbrella just because it stopped raining."
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes. So ever since 2015, when Justice Roberts declared that we no longer need Section 5, which is the pre-clearance, states that were under Section 5 of the Voting Rights Act had to get pre-clearance before they made any changes to voting laws. When he did away with that, we have a slew of states, Texas, Georgia, Florida, Ohio is happening today, Pennsylvania, mostly the states that had went for Trump in 2016 and turned to Biden in 2020, have put forth many of these voting rights laws to restrict voting. I think it's like up to 42 states, over 300 and something new laws have been put forth to restrict voting.
So critical race theory attempts to explain why this happens. It's not.
Yes.
It's not to say that John Roberts, the Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, is a racist. That's not what this is designed to do. It's not designed to say all white people are racists. It is a way to look at it and say, why do we keep making decisions like we are racists?
Yes, exactly. Let me give you an example. When people talk about, oh my God, it's so easy to get a voter ID, what is the problem, right? Let's look at the issue of what it takes to get a voter ID. First of all, you have to have a birth certificate. A birth certificate. Now, if you are an older American, especially if you are an older American in the South, my father fell into this category where they didn't really particularly care too much about when you were born or that you were born. They didn't really keep a lot of really good records of your birth. My father's 80 years old. His name on his birth certificate, because he was told one thing when after he was adopted, my maiden name should not have been my maiden name. He was never legally adopted by the man that he had been told that he was adopted, so he had been carrying this name his entire life that was not ever legally changed on his birth certificate.
Yeah, try and get a voter card.
Exactly. Now try to get a voter card on that.
Yeah.
Those and women, especially women, and women don't understand this, and this is not just black women. Women who gotten married, who have gotten divorced, and have changed their name. What it takes what you have to go through to change your name after getting married or divorced could restrict your voting rights.
Yeah.
Women need to be very, very, very careful and very aware that this impacts them as well.
See, here's the thing: is that and critical race theory is not taught in the classes that all the legislature thinks it's being taught in your high school on down. It's possibly taught in colleges, but even then it's restricted. Yes, go ahead.
They don't know what critical race theory is, but they're against it. They're against
Exactly.
it. And you know what? It's a good thing I'm not your legislature because I want it taught to high school kids, all right? They need to know this stuff.
Well, it's a way to figure out why do these things keep happening.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's important.
And it requires the study. The first place I heard about it, my sister's getting her doctorate. That's the first place I ever heard anyone talk about critical race theory. She said they were studying it there in an in-depth, adult, serious setting.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
What did it? Well,
But
yeah. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say the right-wing media has just whipped up people into a frenzy over something that just doesn't exist. You know,
you put these ideas. It's dangerous. It's dangerous to put these ideas in the heads of children.
We're not.
That maybe
We should be.
maybe the founding fathers. You see, people think it's impossible to believe two things at the same time.
Yeah.
The founding fathers, they put into the documents of this country, all men are created equal, all of that stuff, and yet they were slave owners.
Mm-hmm.
Well, how could that possibly be? Well, Thomas Jefferson addressed it. Madison, I think, addressed it. They said, you know, the institution of slavery is horrible. It is horrible, and we should be better than that. And so that's why they wrote the document, their documents.
Yeah. I don't know. But Darlene, I love following you on Twitter. You're just amazing, and I learn a lot from you. And thank you for being on the show.
It's Darlene McDonald.
Absolutely.
Darlene McDonald, if you want to follow her on Twitter. Anything else, any place else people can find you, Darlene?
I'm mostly on Twitter. Actually, I will be starting a podcast very soon, probably within the next month.
Good.
And my podcast is going to be called The I in We, which is based on the Barbara Jordan speech that we were not included in We the People. Now we are included in We the People.
Oh, wonderful. Thank
We'll
you,
keep
Darlene.
following you and look for that, Darlene. Thank you so much for
Yeah.
coming on and helping
Yes.
us out today.
All right. Thank you, Darlene.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Have a good day.
Love to have you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Traffic, please, Gina.
Still in the cleanup phase of a semi on fire, southbound I-15 milepost 346 on the right side. That's from alert traffic reporter Cement Dave. Thank you, Cement Dave. If you see something, you don't have to be Cement Dave. Anybody can text in. If it's safe for you to do that, 33986. If you're looking for an adventure this summer, look no further than your own backyard. Nevada's Pony Express territories for both outdoor recreation and fun. Go to loneliestroad.us for more information.
All right.
All right.
Boners round one.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, here they are.
All right.
Sell them, Bill. Come on.
Boner candidate number 1, oh, Drew. Boner candidate number 2, I was holding off the zombie droid hordes. And boner candidate number 3, from the No S Sherlock file.
All right. We got round one of your boners and big boy news all coming up after these. Stand by. All right. We got Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air now.
So it's getting close to the end of the month, and Scott has a hail of a deal for you until the end of the month. $29 furnace or AC tune-up. That's only through the month of May, it says. So, as you can see, the weather is a little bit on a roller coaster. It's kind of chilly today, and maybe you need the furnace on to take the chill off, but you're going to need the air conditioning on Monday. It's kind of a weird situation we get into. Well, Scott Hale sends technicians to your house. They make sure all of your equipment is working properly so that you can handle these changes in the weather. Get peace of mind and a heating cooling system that's reliable for just $29. $50 off any service call for new customers, $75 off an HVAC service for established customers at Scott Hale. Call them 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com.
So we got the rest of the potato chips.
All right, now we've tried so we started with the cappuccino flavored Lay's potato chips.
Which didn't knock us out, but we didn't hate, except for Gina. She
I
hated
hated
them.
them.
Now,
And the wasabi.
now they have 4 new flavors, and people want to call them both. Wasabi. Bill tried the wasabi as well, Bill Frost.
Yep. Not hot. Good, not hot.
Yeah.
They're not hot,
Now,
Tasty.
but they're flavorful.
now I've got the bag of cheddar bacon mac and cheese here. And Gina said of the wasabi, "Oh, you got your winner right here." My guess is she won't even try the bacon mac and cheese.
Yeah, I'm sure there's not actual cheese in it.
I don't care.
No, there is. There is. I read the ingredients. There's like cheese powder or something. This is your winner. Try them. She won't even try them. No.
I thought you didn't like cheese not because of the flavor, but because it's cheese. And this is
It's a principle. No, I'm not gonna.
and this is far enough
You're
removed
gonna love it. You're
from
gonna love it.
from cheese
do it.
that
She has standards and principles.
I have totally arbitrary rules.
That's exactly. I think that's your winner.
Now there's one more there. What's
Yeah.
that one?
Mango salsa.
Which
Those are-
somebody in the chat room said tasted like potpourri.
Right.
this isn't bad.
Yeah.
Maybe it actually is potpourri.
Although if you eat a few of those, the bacon mac and cheese, they get kind of too salty.
They're not bad.
And here's the wavy mango salsa.
Wavy mango salsa.
Wavy because
I like the idea of mango
Yeah.
salsa.
No?
No good.
Potpourri? Too sweet?
yeah,
Let's see.
too artificial.
Am I right then, without even tasting the bacon mac and cheese, that the wasabi is the best?
No, the bacon mac and cheese is better.
Well, I think your winner is the bacon mac and cheese, because mainstream America will love that flavor.
let me see the wasabi again.
No.
Yeah,
You
potpourri.
have those.
I bought them. What do you
Potpourri.
mean no?
Yeah, mango salsa is a hard sell.
Yeah, that's no good. I don't like it.
You can put it on the back of your toilet tank.
Why would you?
Yeah. Out of all of them, I would say the wasabi is the best flavor, but the winner is the bacon mac and cheese. America will vote for that one.
Oh, yeah.
By the
Mango
way-
salsa's weird.
Yeah. By the way, you notice I'm sharing all of my chips. Girl who wouldn't give me a cookie last week.
4 cookies made for me with my name on them. A gift.
Yeah.
Was
Yes.
it 4 cookies that
Yes.
spelled out Gina?
No, but my name was written on the box.
Yeah. I know.
It's different than you buying 4 bags of chips.
It's
not the same thing at all.
I know. It would have been
You
a
could
gift.
replace these chips at any moment
It would have
several
been
times
It
over.
would have been a gift from your heart, which you were unwilling to make to someone who argued for equal wages for you.
You can't drag that out.
Yeah, why not?
It was proposed.
I can't even finish this one mango
They're
salsa.
terrible.
Yeah, they're not good.
Actually, I like the wasabi okay. I like the bacon mac and cheese best.
I had high hopes for the mango salsa one. If it actually tasted like mango salsa.
Too much mango, not enough salsa. That's the problem.
In a
You
couple
got
of
your percentages off.
In a couple of seconds, I'm going to try one of those dog biscuits. That you
They're
put
very
out
good.
for Ripley.
They're peanut butter. Stupid or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 Who is the worst? Who should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day? Winning here does not make it boner of the day. It does give it a chance to be boner of the day, because round 2 happens at 8:20 with 3 more candidates. We get another winner there. We take both winners, put them against each other for boner fight. That happens at 9:20 this morning, and then boner of the week. We'll get into that. Right now, just concentrate on these 3. Here in round 1, which one is the worst? Ready? 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote, and one of you lucky random boner voters will receive
a Parker Anderson's BYU TV prize pack. Family relationships are complicated, especially with a mixed-race, newly blended family. Check out the new hit series, The Parker Andersons and Amelia Parker. 2 shows, 1 family, stream now on the BYU TV app.
Maybe you'll all prove me wrong. Maybe I've lost my touch. No, I scrambled for boner candidates today. I thought I had a bunch, and then I didn't, and so I scrambled for them. And
it's okay, Bill. It happens to everybody.
I just want to think.
You lose track of your boners. It's
Thanks.
okay.
Thank you. Thanks. Maybe you'll prove me wrong by voting loud and hard for a lot of these candidates, but I don't know. So here's the first one. Oh, Drew. Drew Barrymore.
Uh-oh.
Recalling a story of how she once sent her best friend forever, her BFF, Cameron Diaz, a racy text that ended up in the wrong hands. Luckily, the person on the receiving end of the text was a gentleman and promised he would not release the contents of the video to the world. While in conversation with Nina Dobrev and Julianne Hough on her talk show, Drew, and man, if you're talking to Nina Dobrev and Julianne Hough, I'll bet it's an in-depth, exciting conversation. Drew said, "You 2 ladies are both in the same industry. My best friend happens to be Cameron Diaz, and I sent her a video of me getting dressed. I sent it, turns out, to a 16-year-old boy named Matthew."
How'd you get Matthew's number, Drew?
Oh, good question.
She just accidentally dialed
Misdialed, I guess. And Matthew wrote me back and was like, I have your video of you getting dressed. I promise I won't, put it out anywhere. I'm only getting, she said, and I'm only getting dressed, not to be sexy, but, because I'm doing this, and then she does a little dance, and she says, it's because I was trying to multitask, and Cameron Diaz is my best friend, and we get dressed in front of each other all the time.
But why do you video it and send it to...
There's something fishy about this whole thing. And she's
just lucky Matthew's a gentleman and didn't
maybe she's doing a preemptive strike. Maybe she realizes this video is about to come out.
Is this supposed to be a fun, light story that you tell on a talk show?
That's what it's coming across. That's what she's trying to make it seem like. There are any number of angles you could approach this from as a boner candidate.
Yeah.
Boner candidate number 1. Oh, Drew. Boner candidate number 2. I was holding off the zombie droid hordes. A main man. Not my main man. Hey, you're my main man.
And not the main man.
No.
Maine with an E?
It's
a man from Maine?
Yeah. A man from Maine who claimed he was being attacked by zombies and droids while firing a shotgun into the air in a grocery store parking lot is headed for prison. Gordon Fault admitted that he fired the shots. Prosecutors said Mr. Fault stole the weapons he was caught with from his father's gun safe in Maine, because his father is also a Maine man. When the father was contacted by police, he found what appeared to be a suicide note in the safe. In Stafford County Superior Court, Mr. Fault talked about his goals for the rest of his life. Well, I just like to be stable and really live up to my potential clean and sober and make sure there are no zombies or droids attacking the earth. So
Yeah, you'll be thanking him later when.
Yeah, exactly.
You see, I saw it coming.
He knew that the zombies and the droids were attacking him, and so he was trying to hold them off. Boner candidate number 2, I was holding off the zombie droid hordes. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, and I wish I could say the word. It's from the No S Sherlock file. You know, the no duh file.
Yeah, I just said it in my head, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, we got round 1, candidate number 3, coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinioendo, brought to you by...
Moochie's would like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
In the first episode of Oprah Winfrey and Prince Harry's new Apple TV Plus series, that just seems funny to say. Oprah Winfrey and Prince Harry teaming up. Now, I don't know if that means that. Is he actually on the show, or is he a producer?
It's some mental health thing, but I don't know what form it takes.
It's called The Me You Can't See, and Lady Gaga is on. And she recalls being sexually assaulted by a music producer and getting pregnant as a result of it. I was 19 years old, I was working in the business, and a producer said to me, "Take your clothes off," Gaga recalled. And I said no, and she's crying while she's saying this.
Geez.
So it shows you what kind of a show this is. She said, I said no, and I left, and they told me they were going to burn all of my music. And they didn't stop. They didn't stop asking me, and I just froze, and I don't even remember what happened after that. But she was very open about the assault, and she explained that she decided to never share the name of the producer because she never wants to have to face him again. Also in the episode, Gaga explained how years later she went to the hospital for pain and numbness and was surprised when a psychiatrist came to see her instead of a medical doctor. So this show is really...
It's a mental health thing. It's
people who are laying bare, and celebrities just laying bare the most awful things that have happened to them. She revealed she had a psychotic break. So a mental health show on Apple Plus TV. And looks like Jennifer Lopez is spending more time with Ben Affleck.
Benifer's back?
I think.
Are you for this, Gina?
I don't know.
I think Ben Affleck is a cad.
I would just sit Jennifer down and say, it's okay to be single for a while.
I actually think they're probably perfect for each other.
They might be.
Probably.
Wasn't she married to? Who was she married to for a while?
She was married to.
Come on.
Tell me, baby girl, 'cause I need to know.
That guy, yeah.
Why can't I think of his
Madonna.
name? Mark Anthony.
Oh, Mark Anthony. That's right.
Did they have kids?
Yeah. They have twins.
Okay. I wonder where they are.
Well, I think they're around.
Well, yeah, but I mean, she's
were
going
here a
to
L.A.
They're at
She's
school.
where are the twins?
I don't see
Well,
them.
one of them's right there. I think.
They wandered off.
No, but I mean,
her daughter performed with her on the halftime Super Bowl thing when that.
But I mean, who's taking care? She's going here with A-Rod, and she's going here with Ben Affleck, and she's all over the place. Where are they? She dragged these kids around with her, or what? All right. So how is the U.S. doing with COVID? What are the numbers? Well, pretty good. White House senior COVID-19 advisor Andy Slavitt said at a press briefing earlier this week that the United States is winning the war against the coronavirus right now due to the vaccine rollout. So the vaccine rollout has put a stop, or has stemmed the flow of the coronavirus vaccine. However, things keep popping up, a bunch of kids getting together at school, and all of a sudden, there's an outbreak
Isn't there a
of COVID.
school in Davis County where they had like 29 cases?
I think so.
I heard they had 29 cases, and the rule is, well, we don't shut down unless there's 30 cases. They had 29.
Keep moving those goalposts.
And then, of course, Moab saw a big influx of COVID cases. So the vaccine is kind of slows things down, but it's still there. It's just waiting for its chance to get back and really ravage and like, you know, what's happening in India. India some time ago, they seemed to have a handle on COVID.
Yeah.
And then
At the
all of a
beginning.
sudden, boom. Man.
I went to get my car worked on yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
and I probably was around 20 people. I was the only person that had
Yeah.
a mask on.
That's what I'm encountering. Yeah.
And I would like to believe that they're all vaccinated and just taking advantage of the new, if you're vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask. But I also am passing total judgment on people as I look at them and go, I bet most of you aren't vaccinated.
So did you hang around in the waiting room with them?
I was masked, and it was when I was inside I was masked, but it was a nice day outside yesterday, so it was okay to be
So
outside.
here's the deal. You know, you say, okay, there are 20 people and we're in a waiting room and they're not wearing masks. But I was masked.
Mm-hmm.
But
And
but
I'm
you
vaccinated.
wear that mask not to protect you.
Correct.
You wear that to try and. So
I'm
what do you
protected.
care?
I'm vaccinated.
So what do you care?
Because I want this to stop. I want to quit spreading it around. I could, even though I'm vaccinated, I could still have it
How's that working so
asymptomatically and cough on somebody or breathe on somebody, and they could get it. Well, I don't want to be part of that.
How's that working so far?
What do you mean?
Not great, because
Oh,
now
more people need to
Carrie
do
just
it.
said he goes places and it's like the only person wearing a mask in groups. So
Just get.
I will
if you really-
continue, you know, and accuse me of virtue signaling if you'd like. I don't care. I will continue to wear my mask and be fully vaccinated.
And the other reason I do it, and I was talking to my kids about this yesterday, because they're, you know, they've had their first shot. My husband and I have had both of ours, and we were talking about why do you wear a mask when you go in places, and my son said, well, it's because people don't know that you're vaccinated, so the kind thing to do is wear your mask, so they're not worried about it, they're not questioning it,
Moderna doses are ready to go alongside the Pfizer doses for 12 to 15-year-olds beginning to get their vaccinations against COVID-19 at the Mountain America Center in Sandy. People are getting the vaccine here, but Mitt Romney wants to make sure that the Biden administration sends COVID vaccines to other countries. The United States should greatly boost the amount of COVID-19 vaccine it sends to vulnerable countries, said Senator Romney, and it should send those doses as soon as it can. In a letter to Secretary of State Anthony Blinken, the Utah Republican argues that such vaccine diplomacy would not only increase the resiliency of our neighbors, allies, and partners, but it would also counteract pushes by China and Russia, which are sharing their own less effective vaccines. So the Chinese are trying to be heroes. The Russians are trying to be heroes with these other countries and go, well, we have vaccine for you. Well, it's not as good old American vaccines of Moderna and Pfizer. And Mitt Romney, and he's right, we should send these to other countries and get there as quick as possible. There's a ceasefire between the Israelis and the Palestinian militant group Hamas. A ceasefire. Looks like it's holding at this point. They will continue talks, and maybe there will be a calming of that situation in the Middle East. The NOAA, it's the weather people, NOAA, yeah. They predict that the hurricane season, which is upon us, will be, it doesn't officially begin for 12 days, but it's going to be very active.
Please, Bill, it's the hurricane season.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, these are
People
hurricanes.
People in Utah won't know what you're talking about.
No, they know the difference. They know that there are hurricanes, and then there's a place in Utah called Hurricane.
Okay.
And then there was that 1968 Hurricane that was just
Was there a hurricane
wild.
in Hurricane?
Yeah, it was wild. All right. Wow. Weather traffic.
So today, windy and showers are likely, 60% actually, high of 72. Then overnight tonight, going to clear up and be mostly sunny tomorrow, high of 70. Another chance of rain Saturday night into Sunday with a high of 64. Traffic seems to be moving well. Cement Dave hasn't reported anything to me in a while, and neither have you. Do you see something? Do we need to know about it? Is it safe for you to text? If all of those things are true, you can send it in at 33986. Volkswagens are some of the hottest cars in Utah right now. Make shopping easier for Volkswagen Layton customers. They've calculated all of the leases and monthly payments right down to the penny. All new Volkswagens at VWLayton.com.
Gina, if we don't have a chance to get to it before the end of the show today, I'll send it to you. But I've got this story for you I've been dying to do. It's called "I Woke Up to Blood Dripping on Me Through My Ceiling."
Oh, yeah. I
That's
read that.
Yeah.
Hopefully we can get to it.
Okay. Remind me. Here's boner candidate number 3. It's from the No S Sherlock file. Science confirms, after study has shown, women are turned on by charm and money, while men
They did a study on this?
go for looks. In a discovery which surprised no one, a study found that men value sexy bodies and attractive faces more than women do. That's great news for us ugly but wealthy men. It's great news
What
for
about
Bill
ugly
Gates.
but wealthy women? Doesn't do them any good?
No, it doesn't do them any good at all. Dr. Stephen White, a behavioral scientist at Queensland University in Australia, well, they don't have much to study there, I guess, said, quote, "Males and females can differ quite significantly in the importance they place on characteristics. Both sexes tend to find the same thing sexy in a potential mate, but it changes at different life stages." But basically what the study showed was that women are turned on by charm and cash, and men go for looks.
They spent money on this to study it. Somebody paid money to figure that out.
Yep. There you go. It's from the No S Sherlock file, boner candidate number 3.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
I don't know how you'll decide on these exciting boner candidates. Number 1, Drew. Drew Barrymore having a really in-depth conversation with Nina Dobrev and Julianne Hough on her talk show, Drew. She said she accidentally sent a video of herself undressing or dressing. It's in dispute which one it is. It's a video of her, Drew, undressing or dressing. She accidentally sent it to a teenage boy. She wanted to send it to her best friend, Cameron Diaz, but I don't know how that happens. Boner candidate number 2, I was holding off the zombie droid hordes. A Maine man claimed he was being attacked by zombies and droids, so he started firing a gun into the air at a parking lot. And boner candidate number 3 from the No S Sherlock file.
Okay, here we go. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates which one is the worst, which one should go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. If it wins here, it's not boner of the day yet. It secures a spot in the finals. Boner Dome, boner fight, whatever you want to call it. This is round 1. Round 2 happens at 8:20. We get 3 more, 3 different candidates. We do this again, get another winner there. Take both winners and put them against each other. You'll decide boner of the day between those 2 at 9:20 this morning. That's when boner fight happens. Okay? So pick a champion from this, round 1, to send forward. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text. Text that to 33986. Or call 877-602-9696. Or go online, look for the box that says Boner Voting May 21, 2021, and vote there. You have until the end of these messages to do it. This is round 1.
When Carrie, Bill, and Gina run out of things.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their bishop and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders. We begin our drama at the Space Bus Depot in Provo as our fine young missionaries-to-be, Lehigh Christiansen and Laron Butch Jinson, arrive in Happy Valley and await transportation to the MTC.
Hi, I'm Lehigh Christiansen. Isn't this exciting?
Oh, is this your first time in a space bus depot?
No, I mean getting your mission call.
Well, it was either this or a stint in the Space Marines. This way I'm out in 2 years and my parents are still happy.
I've been waiting for this day since I was 8. I've been putting galactic credits into my missionary fund for the past 11 years.
Oh.
I can't wait to get into the field and start finding people to convert.
Wow, you sure are in the right place. Well, my folks promised me a new land speeder if I found some way to avoid getting sent home early.
Oh, looky, there's a droid over there holding a sign with my name on it.
Must be our escort to the MTC.
I am Decon 1. If you will follow me, I will show you to the MTC and get you settled into your quarters there.
Sure.
Yeah, whatever.
Later, we find our strapping young lads in the midst of their indoctrination. Butch has just been told that he will have Lehigh as his companion for the next 2 years.
Hey, wait a minute. 2 years with this guy?
You don't seem overly enthusiastic about the prospect of spending 2 years with me.
I'm not.
Well, I think it's a keen idea.
If you two are through, I would like to commence with your indoctrination. Here at the MTC, you will be given memory-enhancing implants. At the same time, a universal translating device will be placed inside your skull. You'll be outfitted with the latest in missionary technology, a laptop computer which contains the Bible, Book of Mormon, Pearl of Great Price, and the Doctrine and Covenants. It also serves as a holo projector to allow you to show your prospective converts those wonderful animated tales from the Book of Mormon, which have been loved by millions for centuries. You will also be issued a Mark 32 10-speed bicycle with hyperdrive and one of those cute luggage racks on the back. These bikes are capable of warp 9.3 and have a cruising radius of over 270 parsecs. You will be shown how to properly care for your hyperbike, and you will be responsible for its upkeep. Any questions?
Yeah. Implants? Like inside my head?
Yes.
Keen! When do we start?
Will Butch let the fine folks at the MTC put equipment in his head? Will Lehigh volunteer to do it for them if it'll get him into the field faster? Does the Mark 32 Hyperbike come with a luggage rack standard, or is it a dealer add-on? Tune in next time for the answers to these questions and to hear our elders say...
What you doing, Butch?
Reprogramming my name badge so that instead of Elder Laron Jensen, it reads Butch.
I think the manual prohibits tampering with the MTC issue equipment.
I'm sure it does. Hey, you want to help me put some fender flares on my bike?
On our next kidney-wrenching episode of Space Elders.
7:49 right now. Time to award round one of your boners.
And round one of the boner voting is brought to you in part by something that a dish. It's that goju Korean, that red Korean paste.
Mm-hmm.
And my wife made something with, and she didn't like it, and my daughter didn't like it. I liked it okay.
I guess
ate
you're
it.
eating all the leftovers then.
Well, yeah, I probably will.
And need a great auto loan rate? Granite Credit Union has auto loans at 1.99% financing. Go to granite.org for details. Awesome auto rates and benefits only at granite.org.
Well, people did call and vote for these really weak boner candidates. Let me just say I have two much better boner candidates that just came to me, and I'm thinking I'm going to. So, Katie, you should know this. I'm going to change round two of the boner voting.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to put two new candidates in there.
This just in.
Yeah, this just in. But for right now, we'll go with these. Drew is number one. Drew Barrymore. Just the fact that of this conversation, this trivial little conversation she's having on her talk show, which I'm sure is soon to be canceled, about her getting dressed or undressed on video and accidentally sending it to a 16-year-old boy. I was supposed to send it to Cameron Diaz because she's my very, very, very best friend. Boner candidate number two. I was holding off the zombie droid hordes. That's what a man from Maine claimed he was doing when he was arrested for firing a gun into the air several times at a parking lot, in a parking lot of a store. And boner candidate number three from the No S Sherlock file. A new study showing women are turned on by charm and money while men go for looks. Okay. Let's see. Ben won the prize pack from BYU, and the winner was boner candidate number two. I was holding off the zombie droid hordes.
To which somebody pointed out, how many zombie droid hordes have you encountered? Maybe we should be thanking him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like the old joke. The guy's standing on a street corner, and he's waving his arms back and forth through the air, and a guy walks up to him and says, What are you doing? He says, I'm keeping the lions away. The guy says, What lions? I don't see any lions. He says, I'm doing a damn good job, aren't I?
Exactly.
All right. Let's see. We need best questions.
Yeah.
That's in our next break. Best question of the week. This is your chance to ask us a question about anything. Anything. It doesn't have to be just about, radio or what. It could be about anything. But if you want to ask about radio, you can. That's fine.
Yeah.
You send it to radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best question in the subject line. We'll get to that in the next break.
I need your help. Telling
So
me
do
whether
I.
Oh, you need help too?
No, that's okay. Go ahead.
Well, we could probably get both of our help done in this.
Okay.
So I'm reading a book, and I'm trying to decide whether to stop reading it or not.
Okay.
So I bought the new David Duchovny book.
Stop.
Yes. Listen, I worked very hard on that book.
So
Actually, I read some reviews of it some time ago, and they were pretty good.
Which
Thank
is
you
why
very
I bought it.
Thank you very much.
I bought it because of that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I also bought it because there's a Mormon element to it.
Well, that's right.
I'm fascinated by the Mormons.
So the title of the book is Truly Like Lightning, which is apparently what Joseph Smith said when the angel came down and he was so bright it was truly like lightning. So the title of the book is a Mormon thing. And the book is about this Hollywood stuntman whose mother had a bunch of land that she was going to leave to him when she died, but she had converted to Mormonism, and she said, you can't have this land unless you become Mormon.
Okay.
So he's like, all right, I'll convert.
Sure, why not?
But he started looking into Mormonism and reading about it, and got crazy into it. Went
He became an uber Mormon.
and so far that he wanted to be a polygamist, and he was OG.
That's the part of the religion that I always appealed. polygamy.
So this is what I've read about it, and I'm like, I'm kind of curious to read David Duchovny's book, and it's about Mormonism, and this kind of sounds.
Yeah.
He's a terrible writer.
Well,
terrible.
Well, then stop.
Like
I'm a better actor. I have tremendous range.
Like the first 2 chapters, I'm like, this could have been. He needed an editor to remove
really?
half of the words.
Did he not have a ghostwriter?
Yeah, no, I think he wrote it.
No, give me an example of why he's a terrible writer. I mean,
just explain the first when he introduces characters, he takes 3 pages explaining. I'm guessing this is kind of like James R.R. Martin when he explains 100 different details about a character rather than introducing them slowly in different ways. But little things keep me coming back, like the Mormon stuff keeps me coming back. And then little things like this that I didn't know. For some reason it came up in the story that Steve Mnuchin was a producer on Lego Batman.
Yeah. Well, that is true, but no, Steve Mnuchin produced a lot of stuff.
The Treasury Secretary.
Yeah.
So I keep going back and forth, going guys, this doesn't write this really well, but that's kind of interesting. But so every night I put it down and go, I'm not reading any more of this, and then I pick it up the next day and read it.
Listen, I played a writer on Californication for 6 or 7 seasons. That qualifies me to be a writer.
Well, Gina, I don't know what kind of help you want.
I'd say you could walk away from that book.
If you would, if you would like to bring the book to me, I'll dispose of it.
No, what I would like. Here's what I would like, Bill. If you would do me this favor.
Yeah.
Can I bring you the book and you tell me if I'm up in the night, and you like it?
Mm-hmm.
At least start it. Get as far into it as I am. I would really like to know if this is just me, because I read good reviews of it.
So did I.
Then Gina, when you're out running errands book-wise, stop by my house, and I will give you this book, and you'll learn. It's called How Not to Be Eaten by Ewoks.
Now there's some good writing.
This is some writing here. It'll teach you how to survive in the spice mines of Kessel, how to escape from a giant space slug.
Should these things ever happen to you,
you'll be prepared. You know, you're always wanting to be prepared for things.
Yes.
You've got that hammer, that special hammer in your car.
In my car.
To, just in case you are underwater.
Mm-hmm.
This sounds actually helpful. Here's somebody that's read the book. It says, he explains weird things too much and then just mentions things he should expand on. Yes. Exactly.
Well, that's
Bill, I'm going to drop
That's what you'd expect old Spooky Mulder to do.
I'm going to drop it off at your house, and I want you to just, read the first chapter.
I'll take your word for it. Just don't read any more of it.
Okay.
There's the hazards of space travel, the pirate menace, smugglers. Mm-hmm. This is handy, Gina. You're going to use this.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's some reading for you.
Wampa attack,
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I want to be prepared.
Okay.
I'm on alert.
I'll give you a good book to read. It's a book I'm reading. A guy's been dead for a long, long time. His name is Nikolai Gogol, and he's a Russian writer, and the book is Dead Souls. It's really, really good. So if you want classical literature, a classical piece of literature.
Not written by an actor?
No.
But there's no Mormon stuff in it. I love the crazy Mormon stuff in books.
If Gogol had known about Mormons, I'm sure he would have written about them. But
all right. All right. Best questions coming up after these. Send yours, and maybe we'll get it on right now. radiofromhell@x96.com is the email address. Put best question in the subject line and then expound. Traffic, please, Gina.
Got a crash northbound I-15 approaching 53rd South in Murray. It was in the center lane, now moved to the right shoulder. Traffic is backing into Midvale. And some people are starting to see some raindrops out there that might affect your traffic. At least enough that you need to remember to keep your lights on, make sure everybody can see you. But it's the daytime. Why do I have to? Because you do. So turn your lights on. And, if you see something in it, say for you to text it to us, send it in 33986. During the month of May, get a professional AC or furnace tune-up for only $29. With Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air, call 801-264-HALE.
And Blaine is concerned now that you said on the air that you're curious about Mormon stuff, that a couple of guys in suits and ties are going to show up at your door sometime
Be
today.
nice to them when they show up.
Yeah, just give them some cookies and send them on their way.
Okay.
You be firm, polite, but say go away.
We'll be back after these. And now a message from the State of Utah COVID Task Force.
Coronavirus.utah.gov, and they would like you to know, here are a lot of the things that you can do when you are fully vaccinated.
It's freedom. Yeah. Think of it like that. Vaccination means freedom. You can stop wearing your mask.
2 weeks after the second dose, people can travel. And really, you are able to travel in the United States. You don't need to get tested before or after travel or self-quarantine after travel. You need to pay close attention to the situation at your international destinations, however, because everybody's doing it differently. But you do not need to get tested before leaving the United States unless your destination requires it.
Kids 12 and older can get the vaccine now. Get your kids signed up. You can make appointments, but a lot of places are having walk-in appointments available, which might be easier for you. You can find a vaccination place by texting your zip code to 438829, or you can always go to coronavirus.utah.gov.
It is the 23rd century. Humans have left the lowly confines of planet Earth and have sought their destiny among the stars. While many things have changed, one constant remains: the need for young men to venture forth and do the work of the Lord. This is the tale of two such men who at the age of 19 have answered the call of their general authorities and are embarking on a 2-year mission to spread the gospel throughout the galaxy. This is the story of Space Elders! Today, we join our elders as they are drawn to a mysterious, uncharted planet.
Are you sure the weird booming voice in your head said that this was the planet?
Yeah, this is the place.
I'm getting no signs of life on this planet anywhere. Just some weird power source in a cavern well beneath the surface.
Well, we better check it out.
Wow, cool cavern. Hey, Lehigh, look! Lava lamps. Keen, huh?
Hey, Butch, you shouldn't mess around with stuff that's not ours.
Put me down.
Who said that?
It came from the lava lamp.
That is not a lava lamp. It is my receptacle. I am Calgon. Welcome to our world.
Sorry. Well, who's in the other receptacle?
That is my son, Polygon. We have resided here for 50,000 years, waiting for someone to come.
Hi. I'm Elder Christiansen, and this is Elder Jensen.
Hi.
We represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints.
You know, the Mormons.
And we heard you call, and we're here to offer any assistance we can. How did you guys end up in these receptacle thingies anyway?
We were a proud people, so technically advanced that we would be considered gods by your standards. We could have made an operational hyperbike the size of a walnut.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Wouldn't be very useful, though.
Centuries ago, our world was ravaged by war. We saw our own destruction and designed this cave to ensure the survival of our species. Of all the great minds of our world, only my son and I have survived.
Well, what do you want from us? A chance to hear the first discussion?
After 50,000 years, we wish to borrow your bodies so that we may get out and stretch our legs.
Oh, and what would happen to us?
You would occupy our receptacles during our short stay in your bodies.
Oh, hey, no way. How do we know you guys even have legs?
Come on, Butch, it'll be fun. Besides, we're here to help people.
And what guarantee do we have that you won't leave us stranded in these receptacles for the next 50,000 years?
I promise. Cross my heart.
Well, we'll have to take your word for that. Okay, we'll do it.
Oh, Father, I had forgotten
forgotten what it was like to breathe the air? We have been in the receptacles for far too long.
Yes, my son, far too long. I can't wait to have a cup of coffee.
Not in my body, you don't.
And I want to get a Slurpee and give myself brain freeze.
Oh, I hate brain freeze. Hey, time's up. Get back in your receptacles.
Have Butch and Lehigh been cheated out of their bodies? Could our elders baptize a receptacle? Are they waterproof or do they float? Will Lehigh's body get its first taste of coffee? Can Butch survive a bad case of brain freeze? Tune in next time to hear Calgon say...
Well, my son, we gave our word. It is now time to surrender their bodies and return to our receptacle.
No way! I haven't even gotten to play Nintendo yet. You just want to give them back their bodies because I got the good-looking one.
Oh, how true.
On the next hip-dislocating episode of Space Elders.
Okay. Do we have any business we need to take care of here?
We'll have a
Feel
sponsor.
Like, I was going to say, I feel like we had a contest or something, but go ahead.
Nope. University Credit Union wants to give you $400. It's just 3 easy steps. You can get up to $400. See a University Credit Union branch for details or go to ucreditu.com.
All right. Sponsoring this feature.
It's best question of the week. Well, that's up to you. What is it? I don't know. You got to send it to us. radiofromhell@x96.com. Put best question in the subject line. It can be about anything. This is your opportunity to email a radio station and get your questions answered. Send them in. Katie, what's our question today?
All right. Well, the first question, it comes from Kathy, and it says, what is your favorite Sister Dottie memory?
Oh, okay.
I have a couple. Just first, I don't know if people know that when Sister Dottie used to first start coming to our show, Charles would get up every morning and do the whole Dottie thing, the makeup, the hair, painted nails, the wigs, the clothes. And finally, at some point, we were like, Charles, this is radio. You don't need to do all of that. But, I mean, I think it probably helped him get into character.
That was the main reason, yeah.
But my favorite Sister Dottie memories were, there was a time we would take phone calls with people with questions for Sister Dottie, and inevitably it would be somebody, a young person, who was having a hard time coming out to their parents. And Sister Dottie was always so kind and tender and helpful to those kids. And those are my those were my favorite Sister Dottie moments.
I Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say for me, it was the watching Dottie help people. That was my favorite part. Was like you were saying when they would call in, the advice that Dottie would give. But also the callbacks to Spanish Farc were fun for me because I grew up in that area. And, Charles was Jeff Weiss's drama teacher at Payson High School. Mm-hmm. And so, it was clear that Charles had lived down there and knew all the references and all the names. And so it was always fun to hear those callbacks for me. Bill?
I kind of, when Charles would come into the studio and, he confessed to me on a couple of occasions. He might have said this to you guys too. It's really hard for me to want to do another show as Sister Dottie, and I said why? He said because frankly it's just doing all the makeup, like Gina was saying, the makeup and the hair and the nails and the girdle and the this and that. He says it's just so hard. It's just so hard to do. I get tired of it. He said, so I like being on the radio here now where I don't have to do that anymore. But then I also would really like it when Charles would when Sister Dottie would speak disapprovingly to me of
when you were scolded, Bill?
Yeah.
When Sister scolded you?
Which was
I
pretty
liked
often.
that too, actually.
Which was pretty often because I would always try to say things that would provoke that reaction, and
Bill!
So it would be Bill. But then I'd look at Charles. So while Sister Dottie was saying, Bill, you can't, and then I'd look at Charles and he'd be laughing while he was doing it as Charles. It was interesting.
All right. Yes. For those who don't know or are just hearing now, Charles, Sister Dottie, died on Wednesday from colon cancer.
Mm-hmm. Get your colonoscopy.
Yeah, and there we go. Another question.
Final question. I am wondering if Gina has experienced any inequality in the workplace. Could be pay, job, title, interviews. And if so, were Carrie and Bill aware of this? Did they do anything? How was it handled?
We've talked about this before, but and actually I was listening to Radio West the other day. They were doing a piece on women in sports. And there's been a couple of things written about our friend Amy Donaldson lately about women in sports and how difficult. You should go, not to promote another radio station, but you should go listen to Doug's interview about that.
Well, Doug has an interview, and John Saltis wrote a thing in City Weekly in his private eye column about Amy. Yeah.
And as I'm listening to it, I wanted to call in. They weren't taking calls because I have mixed emotions about this topic because I have been blessed with working with Carrie and Bill for over 20 years, who have had my back and
your front
and my front, all sides of me, and have demanded that I be paid the same that they are and be treated the same that they are, which I'm eternally grateful for and appreciative of. But the flip side of that is the only way that happened is because I had allies in them demanding it. If I had demanded it and they hadn't said anything, I don't think I would be in that same position. So I'm lucky that I've had Carrie and Bill backing me on this, but most women don't. There was a lot of reaching out.
Well, if
in
you'd
this
only ask, Carrie and I'll back you. You just ask.
This is the point I was going to make when I called in, because they always say, women need to prop up women. And of course, like Katie, I was a big advocate for her being our producer, and women need to prop up women. But do you know what is more important? Is men sticking out their necks to help the women that they work with, and not women that don't deserve it, or it shouldn't. It should be if it's a woman that you work with that does a good job and is an equal job to you, say something about it. Stick up for her, because frankly, other women sticking up does not hold as much weight as the men that you work with saying, no, they should make the same money, they should have the same opportunities, the same privileges. So
were you not discriminated against? Well, you were discriminated against because I don't remember the exact moment when I found out how much money you were making in regard to how much money we were making.
Mm-hmm.
I seem to remember somebody saying, though, well, we pay you guys more because you've been at it longer.
Yes.
And you're not telling the truth.
Yeah.
You pay us more. You pay Gina less because she won't say anything.
Well, but even if I did say something, I don't know that they would have paid me equal.
Well,
to
they
what
would
you
have
get.
said,
The reason
well,
I
once you have the same experience as those guys.
The reason I do is because you guys stood up for me. And not every woman, in fact, most women don't have that. And that's the thing that needs to change.
Well, and see, and the reason that I wanted this question asked was not so that you could praise us. I wanted to hear some dirt. I wanted some gossip.
Yeah, of other times, other jobs that,
I mean, thank you very much, but I was hoping for a little gossip.
Oh, you wanted gossip?
Well, but unfortunately...
We're out of time, sorry.
We are.
Send your best question. Carrie wants gossip, so ask questions about that. Radio from Hell at x96.com.
All right. Traffic, please.
Yes, let's see. We have a crash eastbound I-215 at the ramps to I-15 in Murray. Cars are on the left there. And, yeah, some people are seeing a few drops of rain that might affect traffic, but not a lot going on yet. Do you see something going on? What's going on? Tell us. Text it to us. 33986. Moochie's. I'd like to thank their loyal customers for supporting their locally owned and operated business. Moochie's has been voted Best of Utah for over 17 years. Dine-in, delivery, and pickup available.
Interesting that you sang that song because it is the 50th anniversary of that Marvin Gaye album.
Really?
Yes, the What's Going On album. 50 years ago today.
I totally didn't know that.
Listen to it.
So we got Boners Round 2 coming up, and I keep checking the website, and they have not updated yet. So I don't know exactly what order they're going to be in on the website, but here are the candidates you'll be considering. And let's just say they'll be in this order. Boner candidate number 1, the mask mandate is like the Holocaust. Boner candidate number 2, the U.S. Army is emasculated. And boner candidate number 3, it was just a misunderstanding.
All right, Boners Round 2 and Big Boy News coming up after these. Stand by. RanLife.com.
If you need a mortgage, Ran Life is the place you should go. It's a local mortgage company. But more importantly than that, if you have a mortgage and you haven't looked at the interest rate on it for a while, maybe you ought to do that because you can refinance. Ran Life can show you how. Interest rates are so low right now, and you can lower your monthly payment or lower change the time that you take to pay off the loan and save thousands of dollars by doing that. Ran Life can explain all of that to you if you just call them. Their phone number is 801-478-4500. That's 478-4500. They have experienced loan officers that can explain things clearly, and you can get your mortgage refinanced or get a new loan today from Ran Life.
The new.
I will read it to you.
It looks to be typewritten.
Yes.
Wow.
Typewritten, actual letter dated the 9th of October.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
You're
a lucky girl.
Don't you wish you got more letters?
Oh, you bet.
Actual letters?
I sure do. The only thing that could make that
Email
better.
doesn't sound like this.
The only thing that could make that better is if that had been handwritten.
That's true.
Oh, that would have been really special.
Gina, I would ask you to think about a time before cell phones, blogs, Facebooks, and Twittering.
Back a time when people actually wrote letters.
A simpler time. Yeah. We raised our kids in the physical world.
Yeah.
We threw our money away on frivolously silly things. We pursued tangible hobbies, or at least had fun playing. We traveled where we wanted to, when we wanted to. The world was ours for the taking. And we had meaningful conversations with people who were important to us, either face-to-face or on the telephone.
Is this from your first boyfriend?
No. Those people, if they judged us at all, were polite enough to do so in a way that led to improvement.
Okay.
What has changed? Nothing, of course, but the perception is now that we have to record or display every aspect of our lives and activities and do it as quickly as possible.
Twitter.
Does it really matter if you learn that someone took our kids to the park last Tuesday? No. Are a million meaningless opinions any better than a few well-considered ones? No. Must you change your life to fit into the false standard propagated by people you don't even know?
No.
Of course not. The most dangerous trap to fall into is trying to be someone you're not, for whatever reason. For the love of all things irrational, Gina, just be yourself. It's what makes life worth living.
Stop twittering.
Sincerely, Martin Noonzert. P.S. Your bio on the X96 website is not up to date.
As I like to say, any clod can have the facts, but having an opinion is an art.
I guess I need to update my bio.
You know, you should scan that letter and put it on our website.
Yeah.
I should blog and Twitter about this letter.
Tweet.
A blog and Twitter.
Tweet. I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm. If you use Twitter, you tweet.
You tweet.
But can I Twitter it?
That's something that you should do in the privacy of your own bedroom.
Okay.
It's true.
When your husband's out of town.
Some more letters. I want more actual letters sent through the mail.
Well, give your address.
515 South, 7th East, Suite 1C, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84102.
If they're handwritten, it's even better. Or even better, if they're words cut out of magazines and pasted onto it. That's great.
Let me just say this to people writing letters to Gina. You may write them. You won't get them. She will.
No.
You're not going to take the time to return them.
No.
Yeah, email's a lot easier to answer. And
yeah. But go ahead, send her letters. Try not to use words like nonplussed. Okay.
I know nonplussed.
Now you.
Two of your boners. Here we go. 3 news stories. These are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior, and you will decide with your vote of these 3 which one is the worst, which one deserves to go forward to boner fight and possibly become boner of the day. Winning here, means that this champion will go up against the champion of round one's voting. We did that an hour ago. We'll take both of them and put them into the Boner Dome, and you will decide Boner of the Day at 9:20 this morning. That's when Boner Fight happens. So right now you got to pick your champion from this round 2 to send forward. 2 candidates now, a third after the news. Once you've heard all 3, you'll vote. One of you lucky random Boner voters will receive
a $50 gift card to Sparkfish. Sparkfish is Utah deal shoppers' best-kept secret. They sell everything from baby items to tactical gear and always beat any advertised price by 10%. Go see them 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Saturday, all month long during the May Sparktacular event. Enter to win a new Camp Chef pellet smoker grill. Sparkfish is located in Lehigh, right down the street from the roller mills.
Boner candidate number 1. This mask mandate, it's like the Holocaust.
Like the Holocaust.
Marjorie Taylor Greene has called House Speaker Nancy Pelosi mentally ill and described any plans to separate unvaccinated and maskless House members from their vaccinated colleagues as akin to Holocaust-era tactics.
Jeez.
On Thursday, the Congresswoman posted on Instagram a video of herself shredding a letter from William J. Walker, the House's Sergeant-at-Arms, informing her that further violations of the House mask mandate would result in a $500 fine and then a $2,500 fine for subsequent infractions.
Okay, just wear the mask. There, done. Next.
You can't bully me.
No?
That's the Holocaust. Green accused Pelosi of putting our Constitution through a paper shredder. On the same day, the Georgia Republican appeared on Real America's Voice show, The Water Cooler. During her interview, host David Brody said Pelosi had spoken of segregating unvaccinated House members. The show then aired a clip of the speaker criticizing unvaccinated lawmakers for endangerment to other people.
Yeah.
What is this? The honor system? Pelosi said. The honor system? As to whether somebody has been vaccinated, do you want them breathing in your face on the strength of their honor? Later in Pelosi's remarks, she said, we could come to a place where we said, if you don't want to wear a mask, we're going to have to segregate you. Well, Marjorie Taylor Greene, this is like the Holocaust.
Is it now?
Yeah. You know, it's like Nancy Pelosi is suggesting that you be taken to the gas chamber.
Again, I could never be elected to school board, but Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yeah, it is. It's just like the Holocaust. If you were Jewish and you denied your Jewish faith, then you were okay. If you could just be a
Marjorie Taylor Greene is wealthy, right? What'd she make her money from?
I believe she's fairly wealthy. I'm not sure.
Or did she marry it? Did she marry wealth? I have to look that up. I keep meaning to look it up. That's Boner candidate number 1. Number 2, the U.S. Army is emasculated. The first half of the TikTok video that Senator Ted Cruz apparently put together, the first half of the TikTok video shows a muscular Russian man with a shaved head doing push-ups, jumping out of a plane, and staring down the scope of a rifle. The second half shows a brightly animated U.S. Army ad telling the true story of Corporal Emma Malonlord, a soldier who enlisted after being raised by 2 mothers in California and graduating near the top of her high school class. The U.S. Army said that its ad showcases the deeply emotional and diverse background of its soldiers. But to Senator Ted Cruz, who retweeted the TikTok video on Thursday, the contrast with Russia's campaign instead made American soldiers into pansies, as Cruz put it. The United States Army's animated ad focused on soldier diversity. It drew condemnation from some conservative lawmakers in May. Holy crap, said Cruz. Perhaps a woke, emasculated army is not the best idea.
And if anybody knows about emasculation, it's Ted Cruz.
Boner candidate number 2,
yeah.
The U.S. Army is emasculated.
So yeah, a Russian propaganda video over.
You like that? That's
Yeah,
you're
over
a
ours.
fan of a Russian propaganda.
Yeah. Okay.
Coming up in a moment.
Oh, go ahead.
Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3. It was just a misunderstanding.
Boner candidate number 3 for this round 2. Coming up after this. Big Boy News and Opinnuendo brought to you by.
Just quickly, what I was going to say is Marjorie Taylor Greene. Daddy owned a construction company. Now it's her construction company, but Daddy started it. So.
A successful company.
Feel the music. Computer graphics and lasers take you for a cosmic ride. Clark Planetarium light shows play every Friday and Saturday. Tickets are available at clarkplanetarium.org.
Great. Well, Ted Cruz showed that video, the Russian tough military guy, and Vladimir Putin, the president of Russia, is in the news today because he's apparently said that some of the country's foreign foes dream about biting off pieces of Russia's vast territory. And he says, if you try anything, I will personally knock your teeth out.
What?
You try to take any part of my country, I will knock your teeth out.
Who's trying to take...
In strong remarks made during a conference call with officials, the Russian president noted that foreign efforts to contain Russia date from centuries ago. In all of these times, the same thing happened. Once Russia grew stronger, they found pretext to hamper its development. So he's saying that we're building up our economy, we're getting strong, and other countries are coming in and trying to keep us down. Well, if you keep doing it, I'll knock your teeth out.
You invaded Ukraine. That's not other countries trying to take Russia away from.
This is our pipeline that goes through Ukraine. Our pipeline, our oil through Ukraine. We have control. Crazy. Prince William has slammed the BBC because apparently they've done an investigation and released some information about an interview that was done with his mother, Princess Diana, some time ago, many years ago now. Martin Brashear did a sit-down interview with Princess Diana.
It was a bombshell video. It was a big deal at the time.
Yes, it was. And she was pretty fragile emotionally at the time. But Brashear apparently got this interview by lying to her brother or her father. Yeah, it was her brother, lying to her brother, and her brother convinced her to do it. And is Brashear still around?
So
he shows up every now and then. Yeah.
Yeah, he's accused of forging bank statements to make it look like there were people who were being paid to spy on Princess Diana, and that he said, I want to make all of this public, and that's what induced her to. But he forged the bank notes. There was no spying on Princess Diana, but he fostered that paranoia in her and her brother, and said, I'll make sure that none of this happens if you come and do an interview with me. And Prince William is pretty much saying, she after that interview, she was never the same. And she really was hounded to death, essentially. Yes. Hounded to death. So there's you might notice that prices are going up a little bit. Are we going into inflation? Should we worry about that?
Prices go up all the time.
Yeah, not just yet. But there is a certain segment of the certain economists who are trying to make us worried about it.
Yeah, I wonder what their motivation is.
Yeah. Prices fluctuate, and particularly when we're trying to bounce back from this year of inactivity from a pandemic.
Exactly.
So try and just not worry about it too much, and don't panic. Governor Greg Abbott signed a fetal heartbeat bill banning most abortions in Texas. He did that this week. Oh, and Texas is also looking at making some laws to limit the teaching of slavery in classrooms. They want to obscure the state's history of slavery and racism. So
that's called rewriting history.
Yeah.
The proposals in Texas, a state that influences school curriculum around the country because they have a huge textbook market in Texas, amount to some of the most aggressive efforts to control the teaching of American history. And they come as nearly a dozen other Republican-led states seek to limit or ban the role of slavery and pervasive effects of racism, how it can be taught. Utah, of course, among them.
Yeah, Bill, that sounds like cancel culture to me. I don't know, isn't it?
Let's see. How much time do we have here?
1 more minute, one more story.
1 more minute. All right, let's do this one. I guess we won't get to I woke up and there was blood dripping on me from the ceiling.
I gotta wait for that story again.
I guess. How about Tinder is trying to curb offensive language. Tinder, the dating app. So what they're doing is there's an algorithm that can sense that you've used some sort of aggressive language or suggestive foul language in your, and so a little a sign will pop up that says, "Are you sure you want to send this?" It's an example of the kind of tools that companies can employ to try and control content. And so if people are getting too aggressive on Tinder, then the little algorithm will make us, please, are you sure you want to send this?
It's your Jiminy Cricket.
Yeah,
It's
and all you have to do is say yes. It's not going to help. People will still be jerks. All right.
Sports, weather, traffic.
Brought to you by, if you're looking for an adventure this summer, look no further than your backyard at Nevada's Pony Express territories for both outdoor recreation and fun. Go to loneliestroad.us for more information. So the Salt Lake Bees, like I was saying earlier, are on the road the next 5 days in Las Vegas. They lost last night 8-16. They will be home again next Thursday with Round Rock, which is apparently from Texas. I learned all kinds of things doing sports on this show. Jazz are saying that Donovan Mitchell is probably going to play on Sunday. So
okay, then I'm back on the bandwagon.
Okay, good. They'll be keeping a close eye on him. Also, 3 Jazz players and head coach Quinn Snyder were named among the finalists for one of the NBA's 6 annual awards. Snyder was named one of the finalists for League's Coach of the Year, along with a couple of other members of the Jazz, Rudy Gobert, for Defensive Player of the Year, and Joe Ingles and Jordan Clarkson, finalists for Sixth Man of the Year. Jazz are good this year, Bill. You can be a fan. It's a good time to do that. Let's see. Weather is brought to you by... Are you searching for Pokemon? Locally owned Haster Games has the best selection of Pokemon, Dungeons & Dragons, Magic, and more. Shop online at HasterGames.com or visit the store. 6831 South State. Curbside service is available. Today, windy and showers are likely, high of 72. Clearing overnight, so tomorrow should be mostly sunny and a high of 70. Then another chance of showers Saturday night into Sunday, about 50% chance. Could have some thunderstorms that day too, high of 64. And then we're back to being sunny and warmer, highs around 70 on Monday. Traffic, we have...
Did you see the one in the text there?
Oh, let me look.
That's a nasty one.
Oh, truck carrying a tall load hit the bridge overhead on Highway 89 northbound in Fruit Heights, totally blocking both lanes, 100% stopped for a long time. Thank you for that. Sorry you're stopped there. Give us a text when it clears up, and I'll pass it along, 33986. UDOT is resurfacing the Alpine Loop, SR92, from Pine Hollow to US 189 in Provo Canyon.
Gee.
They're going to do it in segments. It will remain closed for Memorial Day weekend through early July. So if you need to know more about that, you can go to the UDOT website. They can give you more details there. Let's see. I have one other sponsor I need to read for you. It is this. Volkswagens are some of the hottest cars in Utah right now, all to make shopping easier at Volkswagen Layton. They've calculated all of the leases and monthly payments right down to the penny on all new Volkswagens at VWLayton.com.
Boner candidate number 3. It was just a misunderstanding. Houston, Texas. A man who allegedly pursued a female hiker through the Sam Houston National Forest in the nude claims that he was only naked because he had to poop.
Do you have to get completely naked?
The man, identified as 53-year-old Scott Alexander Stevens, has been charged with disorderly conduct. The victim called the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office on Friday to report that a naked man was chasing her on the Lone Star hiking trailhead in Sam Houston Park. When deputies arrived to take the woman's statement, she told a patrol sergeant that she had seen the man emerge from a nearby stand of trees and begin to walk in her direction. The man did not appear to be wearing any clothing, although he did have some article of clothing draped over his forearm. But she said, "I didn't stick around long enough to identify it." Instead, she took off running, believing that the man was chasing her, though she admitted to the sergeant that she didn't look back to confirm if she was being chased.
So now, wait a minute. Was he just...
Well...
No, now I'm wondering, I mean, not that I'm a fan of people pooping in the woods, but maybe that is all he was doing. Was he really chasing her or not?
The court will decide.
Okay.
He has been arrested and booked into the Montgomery County Jail, but he says, I was just, and then she, so here's the question, Gina.
Okay.
If that's all he was doing, why didn't he just stay behind the stand of trees
until he put his clothes on? Yeah.
Yeah. Why did he feel it necessary? I think maybe his story,
more to this.
His story has some holes in it.
Yeah.
I'd say. Boner candidate number 3. It was just a misunderstanding.
All right, let's review the first 2 and vote.
Boner candidate number 1. The mask mandate is like the Holocaust. That's what Marjorie Taylor Greene said, comparing Nancy Pelosi's House mask mandate to the Holocaust. Boner candidate number 2, the U.S. Army is emasculated. Ted Cruz insulting a emasculated U.S. Army, and he's using a Russian propaganda film next to an ad for the United States Army. And Boner candidate number 3, it was just a misunderstanding.
Okay, here we go. This is round 2 of your boners. You've got to decide of these 3 candidates, which one is the worst, which one goes forward to boner fight and possibly becomes boner of the day. Winning here means it will go up against the winner of round 1's voting. We did that an hour ago. So pick a good champion here to go up against our winner from round 1. Choose strategically. Send it forward. You'll decide boner of the day for today at 9:20. All right, so here we go. 1, 2, or 3. Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text and then text that to 33986. All right? Or you can call 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Voting May 21, 2021 and vote there. When you get to our website, refresh your browser because we've updated the information. As far as the boner voting goes, you want the latest, not the oldest. All right? You have until the end of these messages to vote. Let's go. This is round 2. UtahAdvocates.com.
Yeah, the advocates, they handle all kinds of accidents. If you've been in an accident and you're pretty sure it's not your fault, contact them. They do automobile accidents, motorcycle accidents, pedestrian accidents, and even dog bites. So if you or someone in your family, a loved one, has been injured in an accident, let the advocates kind of take over so that you guys can just focus on healing from your injuries.
Yeah, you're not used to dealing with insurance companies. The advocates are professionals. They know how to do it. Just hand it over to them. It'll feel so good to go, I'm not going to worry about this anymore. The advocates are going to take care of it.
Yeah, and when you call them at 801-355-5550, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, they don't charge you for that call. They don't charge you for the consultations that they do. They only charge you money if they take your case and get you a settlement. So it's the advocates, 801-355-5550 or UtahAdvocates.com.
The music starts when Radio from Hell ends. A 1 hour nonstop music wingding starts at 10 a.m. X96.
Mark Miller Subaru's Do Good Feel Good event is your chance to win a free Subaru. During the month.
8:50. It is time to award round 2 of your boners.
And round 2 of the boner voting is brought to you in part by another piece of coconut cake.
How many pieces of cake did you have, Bill?
I had one the day it was made.
Oh, okay.
And then I had one yesterday.
I guess that's reasonable. And from baby items to tactical gear, Sparkfish beats any advertised price by 10%. You could win a Camp Chef pellet smoker grill during the May Sparktacular at Sparkfish.
Boner candidate number 1 was the mask mandate is like the Holocaust. And Nancy Pelosi is mentally ill. That's what Marjorie Taylor Greene has said because she refuses to wear her mask in the House. Nancy Pelosi runs that. She's the speaker.
Yeah.
She can run it how she wants. There's a sergeant at arms, and they sent Marjorie Taylor Greene a notice saying, if you're not going to wear your mask, we're going to fine you. I forget what it was. $500,
I think.
$500, and then it'll go up to $1,500. And
Okay, just wear your mask.
no, it's like the Holocaust.
It's not a big deal.
And then boner candidate number 2, the U.S. Army is emasculated. Ted Cruz using a Russian propaganda video about how tough their military is, and then showing a U.S. Army ad that was attempting to show diversity and in the Army. And he said, you see what's happening here, folks? The U.S. Army is being emasculated.
And he should know about emasculation.
And boner candidate number 3, it was just a misunderstanding. This was my favorite candidate. And a naked man.
I guess it was a little confusing.
He said it was
I can see both sides, I mean, I could see him going,
I was naked because I had to defecate. Well, then why didn't you just stay in that clump of bushes off
or,
to the side of the trail?
Find a bathroom.
Yeah.
How about that?
Or stay home. And why did you take off all? Yes.
Doesn't everybody get completely naked to do that?
Yeah. But the winner was boner candidate number 1, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
The leftist shills that we are. There you go. That's the winner of Boner Round 2. It now goes forward. Might be Boner of the Day. We'll find out at 9:20 when you vote for Boner of the Day in Boner Fight. Let's get the mayor on the phone here.
I think she is on the phone.
Yes.
Salt Lake County Mayor Jenny Wilson. Good morning, Mayor Wilson.
Good morning.
Mayor, how goes the battle with the vaccinations? Does it seem to be still? Has it tapered off, or are people still anxious to get vaccinated?
Well, I think it's tapered off a little bit, but we do see young people between the ages of 12 and 16 coming in now, which is great. And we are continuing to push. I share with people that with our vaccination clinics set up, our mass clinics, we are flying these, big 747s, multiple, we had a Salt Palace 747 and a Mountain America, and we're now landing those planes. We're doing it safely. And what we're doing is creating a smaller fleet of craft to go into the neighborhood, get out. We have several this weekend, smaller and more neighborhood-based locations, so we're excited about that.
Yeah, I was reading a story nationwide. There's being more of an effort. They're actually, in some places, going door to door in neighborhoods, poorer neighborhoods, underserved neighborhoods, and trying to convince people to get the vaccination.
Yeah, and what we're doing for that right now is asking your listeners, the public, our employees here at Salt Lake County to check in with their friends and neighbors. And if you are vaccinated and have had your waiting period, drive them, take them, help research locations for people. I mean, you really can go on site now and find pharmacy partners, Salt Lake County Health, and a location near you, and you can literally go in the day up. I mean, we're open today at Mountain America Expo Center, 9575 South State. We're serving hot dogs tomorrow from 10 to 6 at that location.
Come and get another vaccination.
Go get
Yeah, and
the
then you
kids
can go over-
vaccinated and feed them at the same time.
If not dying wasn't enough of a motivation to get a shot, free hot dogs.
Yeah, you can. Right, exactly.
Mhm.
So, yeah, come get your vaccination, your hot dog, and then for you, Bill, you can go over to RC Willie and get another hot dog over there, too.
Yeah, that was almost like every Saturday R.C. Willie had free hot dogs.
Yeah, that's right. And I actually have a question for Gina. I'm interested in, well, you shared, and when we talked a week ago, my son received his. He's 15. You said Muhammad. Tell me, did it go okay? Did you have any concerns? How do you feel?
I mean, we felt great. The kids felt great. They were, just felt great about doing it, and not even really any side effects. A little bit of a sore arm, maybe, and maybe Jonesy, because so I have a 13-year-old and a 15-year-old. The 13-year-old was, hopped out of the car and went and played soccer and never heard from him again. So he didn't have any reaction at all.
He's been missing since then, as a matter of fact.
My daughter had a little bit of fatigue, maybe, but it was gone the next day. And I just would strongly recommend if you have kids 12 or older, and there are still people that don't realize that age group has opened up. So please get your vaccination.
Mm-hmm. Well, same with me, and I'll tell you what I feel is relief. My son, my 15-year-old, the youngest in our immediate family, so all four of us. 3 out of the 4 are fully vaccinated, and then Max is on his way. And I feel relief. And similar to you, I mean, he didn't have any issues. I feel relief. I mean, I don't yet feel relief from my day job because we've got a long way to go still. But as a mom, it's nice.
It's freedom is what it is. People are wanting that freedom. Having your whole household vaccinated, it's freedom. I mean, we're going to go on a big camping trip in a couple of weeks, and the fact that my kids will be fully protected, just like my husband and I are when we set off for that, like you said, it's relief.
You can now stay together like you've been staying together throughout the entire pandemic, but you can go
we can
places.
just do it in campers and tents and locations.
Yeah. Which is nice, and my kids have both been vaccinated, and they're really. I think the 17-year-old might have had a couple of side effects for a day or so, but it was no big deal, and now we can safely sit together and not. We used to
you can
just
all
be,
go out to dinner.
We used to be and we did actually.
Yeah.
We all went to dinner, my old family and my new family, and that was really a lot of fun to do. Mayor Wilson, I don't know if you. This is kind of a left field question here for you, but. The legislature had this $17.1 billion influx of money from the federal government, and they allocated a bunch of it, but they didn't allocate all of it, as far as I can tell. They only just did a portion of it. What's the plan? Do you have any idea what they're going to do with the rest of that money?
Well, I'll have to go look myself what they plan to do. We hope some partnerships. We have a direct appropriation, and our cities throughout the state do as well. Mm-hmm. So I think there will be, hopefully, some sharing of resources. One of the challenges is, and I guess this is good to a certain degree, but you're not going to see, quote-unquote, government grow with this money because it's a 3-year period to spend. And so I would imagine the state, like us at the county, really want to understand the guidance from the federal government. And the funding is partially intended to cover lost revenue. Yeah. So, take our tourism fund. We haven't had tourists come, so we've had projects in the cities that we build, communities, recreation, playgrounds and swimming pools and that type of thing. And we had to put those projects on hold. So there's a lot of work to be done by the state and by us at the county and certainly the cities as we look at highest and best use. And then the federal government slowly rolls out guidance for sort of the real fine-tuned specifics of what you can spend. So I would imagine that's why. They're starting that visioning process, and then we'll fine-tune.
Okay.
And we have till 2024.
Okay. All right, thank you. That kind of clears up a little bit for me, and we'll talk to you again next week. Mayor Jenny Wilson, Salt Lake County Mayor. Thanks.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, traffic, Gina, please.
Yeah, all northbound lanes on US 89 are closed. A backhoe tipped over into the lanes of travel, and there is oil leaking, which kind of tells me this is going to be an issue for quite a while. It's blocking all lanes of travel. This is north of Oak Hills Drive on Highway 89. It's pretty serious incident, but the only one that UDOT's reporting right now, so that's at least the good news. Young Power Sports in Centerville is Utah's newest power sports dealer. Tri-City Performance is now Young Power Sports in Centerville, your Polaris and Victory motorcycle dealer. See inventory online at youngpowersports.com.
All right, we'll take a break. We will be back. Boner fights on the way. Stand by for that. A reasonable amount of news. Wendy's for breakfast. It is the $3 classic breakfast deal. It has arrived. Only $3. Right now at Wendy's, you can get your choice of the classic sausage, egg, and cheese. That's mine.
Yeah.
Or the classic bacon, egg, and cheese breakfast sandwich. And now they both come paired with these small seasoned potatoes. They're hot and they're crispy and they're delicious. And you can get all of this for just $3. Now, we heard about this big traffic problem with that truck and everything. Might I suggest you just swing by Wendy's, get yourself one of these breakfasts, and then when the boss says, hey, you're late, you say, well, you know that thing.
Oh,
Highway 89.
But I'll bet they get you in and out of there pretty quickly because they do have it down to a science at Wendy's. The $3 classic breakfast deal has arrived. You're going to love it, and I expect thank you emails. For me telling you about this. The $3 classic breakfast deal has arrived at Wendy's.
Before we went with the 1 hour nonstop music.
I'm really excited to. I was worried about not being able to get fudge from my usual sources, but apparently I can get
Your
fudge
usual
online.
fudge
Well,
source?
you know, I like to go around to holiday boutiques, you know, and buy my Christmas fudge. And,
But since normal fudge tunnels have been closed these years,
that's true. And but apparently I can get my holiday fudge, and I'm hoping Pinoche as well. Online fudge, I think is.
But is it local fudge?
Yes.
Because you want the local fudge. You don't want.
I think there's a way I can get local fudge online. That's what I'm hoping. But you know, I like to go around to the holiday boutiques, and I'll buy some thumbprint cookies, and you know, holiday fudge.
Do you like nuts in your fudge, or are you just straight ahead fudge?
I like corn. I'm sorry.
We're just going to leave you hanging there on that one.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
I don't know. That was terrible.
We're
I'm
just
sorry.
going to let you.
There's a body in the street, and we're walking away from it. That's just
nutty fudge. Nutty fudge is okay. Yeah, just don't overdo it with the nuts and the fudge. But I don't understand fudge.
You've been going on and on about it, and you don't get it?
I don't understand it. It's like you're eating a giant square of frosting.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
it's for people who don't like brownies.
You can't eat a lot of fudge. Fudge is like a
it's like that much.
Side tiny.
It's like a mouthful, and that's all you need.
You know, there's fudge in the Biden White House. Yeah. Let's see. Well, I
you mean there will be because there's
there
not a
will
Biden
be
White House.
Well,
yet.
in the cabinet.
There's the promise of fudge.
There is fudge in the cabinet, in Biden's cabinet.
There's a director or secretary of
Marcia Louise Fudge.
Oh, okay.
She's an American politician. She's in the House of Representatives, but I think she's been asked to by Biden to be Agriculture Secretary.
Well, that's perfect. Although fudge isn't something you farm.
Well, in my case, it is.
Well, no, it's mined, isn't it? So,
yeah, got a fudge mine.
Mining for fudge.
Yeah, drill for it sometimes.
In the fudge caves.
You can either drill for it or mine for it.
Oh, there's a cave. There's caves.
There are fudge caves. Yeah.
Yes.
Those are very, very rare, but that's natural fudge. It's hard to.
That's the best kind.
Hard to find.
Are we done yet with this?
Well, and you know they have the special containers called fudgeware that they pack it in, and that's all I'm saying.
Now we're walking away from the body that you are in the street.
Mm-hmm.
I am out.
I make one corn comment.
I'm out.
Mine was a little bit more subtle. All right.
Yeah, sure was.
It was. All right.
grandpa never said that. What was that all about?
I don't say anything.
No, we're not saying don't say anything. We're trying to, for how many years have you been here? We're trying to still teach you. Please say things. But, wait for a break in the sentence. When someone is in mid-sentence, you don't start talking.
I might forget what I was going to say.
There is that. There is that.
There's an unplanned course change being fed into the instruments.
The minute it comes to me.
No, Leanne, we're not going to stop being mean to Gina. Go away. I'm not answering that call.
Well, no, let me talk to Leanne. Hi, Leanne. How are you?
Hi, how are you?
Now, Leanne, have you been listening this morning?
I have.
Yeah, I don't think of being particularly mean to Gina.
Well, okay, you guys are always picking on her at some point. You have to be nice to her.
Why?
I might cry.
Yeah, see?
I think...
Don't make Gina cry.
Okay.
That's not nice.
Leanne,
we
you
won't.
and Gina are single-handedly putting women's rights into the Middle Ages. All right? You fight like hell for equal rights to work just like the men, and then you get here and expect special treatment.
No, it's not special treatment. It's called don't be mean.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's special treatment.
Don't be mean.
Don't be mean or you might make her cry.
You have to understand Carrie's mean to everyone.
Yes.
Thanks, Leanne.
Thank you,
You're
Leanne.
welcome. I
See
love
you
you guys.
See you later.
Oh, my God. Michelle.
Hi, Michelle.
Hi.
How are you this morning?
I'm just fine.
You're a great Americanist. What can we do for you?
I just wanted to tell you to be nice to Gina. That's all I
okay,
wanted.
thanks.
I was feeling sad for her.
See, you were going to cry for me, huh?
I was.
No.
I think I had a couple of tears welling up,
Michelle,
and I
do you
thought,
think
you know
that...
what? This is wrong.
Michelle, do you think women need special
No, wait a
treatment in the
minute.
workplace?
I never said they needed special treatment.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No.
Okay, then.
Michelle.
But there's a difference between special treatment and just common courtesy.
Michelle.
Being nice.
Michelle, is it common courtesy? Now, have you've been listening this morning?
Yes.
Yes.
All I'm trying...
22, and we do have Boner Fight coming up here in just a few moments. Well, about 5 minutes from now, as a matter of fact. We'll have that for you. So before Boner Fight, a reasonable amount of news brought to you by
Jiffy Lube Multicare. Get services on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. Visit JiffyLubeUtah.com for services, locations, and special offers. Anywhere is possible with Jiffy Lube.
The world's largest iceberg has broken off, or as they say, has calved from Antarctica in the process of doing it over the past few days. A giant floating piece of ice close to 80 times the size of Manhattan. The iceberg broke off on the western side of the Rhone ice shelf in Antarctica's Weddell Sea, according to the European Space Agency, as they observed it from satellites. The iceberg is shaped like a giant ironing board, measuring around 105 miles in length and 15.5 miles in width.
This is not a good thing.
That makes it slightly larger than the Spanish island of Mallorca.
Wow.
Iceberg calving is just part of a natural cycle, with huge chunks of ice breaking off the shelf at regular intervals. Scientists aren't attributing this particular break-off to climate change, and instead believe that it's part of the natural calving process of icebergs. So the Trump Organization, Alan Weisselberg, the longtime CFO of the Trump Organization and a key lieutenant of Donald Trump, has already turned on former President Trump in a bid to protect his family. That's according to a top executive. Former Trump Organization executive Barbara Rez said that, in her opinion, she's not being fact. She doesn't know this for a fact, but she says she believes Weisselberg has already flipped and is cooperating with New York prosecutors with 2 criminal investigations hanging over him. So he's doing this to protect his family. because his family is involved as well. And this guy's been Trump's financial guy for years and years. I
Who
think
knows everything?
Alan,
Yeah.
who? I don't know who this is.
I think Wesselberg is very concerned about his kids, she told MSNBC's Ari Melber. I think that what they're doing is the kind of thing they did with Flynn. Remember his kid? I don't think Wesselberg will let his son go to jail. So what he's doing is spilling the beans on Trump so his kid won't go to jail. Wesselberg's son, Barry, who also works for the Trump Organization, managing the Woolman and Lasker skating rinks in Central Park and a vintage carousel. In April, prosecutors served a subpoena to Barry's ex-wife, Jennifer Wesselberg, asking for banking and tax records linked to Barry. And she said, okay.
Here's the thing about Donald Trump, though, where he is genius. He doesn't do anything. He gets people to do things for him. He's able to do it in a way that there isn't a record of it, because it's all verbal, and he doesn't like sending emails, he doesn't like sending texts, and he gets you to do his dirty work. So I think even as this goes on, you may see, Don Jr. get in trouble, and you may see, Kushner get in trouble. No, but I mean, as far as I think he is really good at saying, well, they did all this. I had no idea this was going on. Prove that I knew this.
I don't do my own taxes.
Yeah.
When Maharba Zapata Maharba Zapata was just getting started and making salsa out of her home in Magna to support her seven kids, her now husband suggested that Zapata call her salsa business Salsa Queen. Now, Ms. Zapata, 49 years old, said she remembers thinking, well, that's the stupidest name ever. But the name stuck, and as the business grew, Zapata continually had to find larger office and kitchen spaces to keep up with demand from customers. The name stuck, and in fact, Zapata was so well known by the title that when she became a U.S. citizen a year and a half ago, she legally changed her name to Salsa Queen Zapata, a move that reflects how meaningful her salsa brand has been in her life. Salsa Queen is one of more than 400 women-owned businesses in Utah, included in a new directory from the Women's Business Center of Utah, where people can search by county, city, and industry to find female entrepreneurs in construction, finance, and the arts, among other fields. So if you want to do business, you try with as many women-owned businesses as you can. That's what you do. You go to that guide. By the way, if you haven't had Salsa Queen salsa, it's really good. And she has other products in her line now as well, and they're excellent.
Oh, Jason says you can get it at Harmon's.
Yeah, you can get it at Smith's as well. Cool. It's great.
I'll give it a try.
Well, so Gina. I don't know. I guess we probably don't have time.
No, we don't have time for.
To go, I woke up. The title of the story. I woke up to blood dripping on me through my ceiling.
We don't
Your
have time.
kind of story.
We still have a half hour in the show,
Okay.
All right. Well, maybe we'll get to it.
It's Boner Fight, the final round.
All right. The winner from round one back in the 7 o'clock hour, besting two very weak candidates. This third weak candidate won. I was holding off the zombie droid hordes. A man in Maine, or a Maine man, if you will. Not my main man, but a Maine man. Claimed that zombies and droids were attacking, and he had to keep them away. That's why he was firing a gun into the air in a store parking lot. Okay.
All right.
That's boner candidate number one going up against the mask mandate is like the Holocaust. That's according to Marjorie Taylor Greene, comparing Nancy Pelosi's mask mandate to the Holocaust, where they separated the Jews out and sent them to the chambers. the gas chambers.
It's the exact same thing.
It's so much like that.
Yes,
It's just
yes.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is a genius, isn't she?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
That's boner candidate number 2.
All right, there you go. That is the 2 candidates for boner of the day. You've got to decide of these 2 candidates which one is the worst. Which one deserves to be boner of the day, 1 or 2? Remember your candidate number, the one that you think should win. Put that single digit in the message of a text, then text that to 33986. Or call the producer's booth, 877-602-9696. Use your voice to vote. Or go online, x96.com. Look for the box that says Boner Fight May 21, 2021, and vote there. You may have to refresh your browser once you get there on the page, because we just put it up. And there you go. All right, so you can vote online. You have until the end of these messages to do so. Let's go. This is Boner of the Day. Oh, Sparkfish.
Yeah, this is Sparkfish is an amazing place. It's like an overstocked warehouse with all kinds of, and you kind of never know what you're going to find there at Sparkfish.
No, like everything from baby items to toys to outdoor gear. And they've got this special right now, lumberjack barbecue pellets, which apparently are hard to find. A 20-pound bag, only $9. 40-pound bag, only $15. That price includes tax. But all different kinds of stuff you can find at Sparkfish.
Now, if you go to the store in Lehigh, it's right down the road from the Lehigh Roller Mills, 520 South, 850 East. You can enter to win a new Camp Chef pellet smoker grill. Go to the store for details. And don't forget Sparkfish, every Thursday at 4 p.m., they do a live online sales event. That's it's kind of fun, and there's all kinds of weird items that they're auctioning off or selling online. So it's Sparkfish. For more information, you can just look up Sparkfish online or go to the store in Lehigh. What?
It's Sparkfish Inc. on social media.
Oh,
That's
okay.
how you find that online.
INC.
INC.
All right.
Michelle, do you think Michelle, do you think women need special treatment in the workplace?
I'd never said they needed special treatment.
No, I'm asking you a question.
No.
Okay, then.
Michelle.
But there's a difference between special treatment and just common courtesy.
Michelle.
Being nice.
Michelle, is it common courtesy? Now, have you've been listening this morning?
Yes.
Yes.
All I'm trying to do is get through this feature.
Yeah.
And Gina is saying, "Oh, that's what happened to the."
How is that common courtesy?
So you know what I did? I stopped and said, "Well, then tell us all about it." Apparently,
You're being sarcastic.
Apparently,
And then you yelled at her a
I
minute
didn't-
later for like 5 minutes. You
I
guys
didn't-
stop. You just
all
kept
right,
going.
No, I
Michelle?
didn't yell.
Michelle,
And going.
I didn't yell.
Michelle, Michelle, is it common courtesy to interrupt someone when they're speaking?
No, but she said she was sorry.
I'm
But
very
she says
sorry.
she's sorry every day.
But I'm really, really sorry.
Oh, wait a minute. Michelle's right. Gina said she was
said,
sorry.
I'm sorry, and you kept going, and you kept going, and I thought, that poor girl is either
Again,
gonna cry or
Michelle,
quit.
you and Gina are setting back women's rights 30 or 40 years.
I have to disagree with you.
I think it's
Just
only 20.
apologize, Michelle.
Michelle,
Just tell Carrie you're sorry.
you're wrong, and you know why?
Why am
Because
I
you're a
wrong?
woman. That's why, okay?
But thanks for
If
trying.
I were as smart as you guys, I'd know when
getting your kids vaccinated, particularly against COVID-19. Now, does this interfere with any other vaccinations that they may need?
You know, this is the great news. Last week, the CDC gave guidance that we don't have to separate the COVID vaccine from other vaccines.
Oh, good.
So now your kids can get their regular vaccines the same day or any time around the time they get their COVID vaccine.
Is there going to be a super shot at some point where all the vaccines are combined? You just one shot, and there you go.
You know, they're working toward that. They definitely on the childhood vaccines, so you don't have to get a child, 3 or 4 shots. They've combined several of those into one vaccine. So they, as long as it's safe to do that, they're working towards making shots combined.
So the benefits far outweigh the risks when it comes to vaccination, I would assume.
Yes, when we look at the destruction and devastation we've had with the COVID virus, these vaccines are very safe and actually highly effective as well. And that's the great news. Last week, the FDA approved the vaccine as being safe and effective down to age 12 years. CDC a couple days after that ratified their decision, and the vaccine trials have shown in that population, the younger you are, the better your immune system works with vaccines, and it's been 100% effective in those vaccine trials in that age group.
And I have 2 kids in that age group, Dr. Sheffield, and I couldn't get them vaccinated fast enough when they lowered the age group. And I was surprised to see and pleased that I was filling out some information for my son to do a camp this summer, and they're asking for your vaccine information. And on the questionnaire, it asked if you've had the COVID-19 vaccine, and it's so much easier for the kids to get now. They should definitely get it.
Yeah, and you're not alone. Essentially, in this first week that it opened up for the 12 to 15-year-olds, we've already had 9% of those kids get vaccinated, and that's about double. I mean, it's only about 4% of the rest of the country has had those kids vaccinated. So Utah's doing a great job. We have lots of openings for both appointments or walk-in, and there's no reason not to just grab your kid and get it done as quickly as you can.
Is there any indication that some people complain of some side effects from getting vaccinated? I myself didn't really experience anything in particular. Are kids more likely to have a little bit of side effects or not?
They compared the 12 to 15-year-olds to the 16 to 25-year-olds and found that in terms of side effects, not really very different. So we're, for fever is one that we really noticed. About 1 in 10 kids on their first dose get a fever. About 19% will get it with the second dose, but it's only, it's 17% with the next oldest population. So it's really close in terms of how many people are getting the tiredness or headache or achiness. Those are the key things that happen with kids with these vaccines. So it's really similar to what all the rest of our experiences have been. I like you, did not have any effect that I really wanted to. I wanted to say, hey, I want to know this vaccine is working, so I was hoping to have some side effects.
Yeah, me too. Now, are we going to be able to vaccinate children even younger than 12 at some point?
We are, as long as the data comes back with the same kind of success that we've seen in these down to 12. Pfizer and Moderna are both testing their vaccines down to 6 months of age. We expect that the next phase of approvals is going to be either 2 to 11 or 5 to 11. And what they'll do is, Pfizer said that they're wanting to submit their data as early as September to the FDA. So by October, November, we might be seeing recommendations for kids even younger if everything looks good on the studies.
Yeah, that's
great.
News. If people want more information about this, Dr. Sheffield, where are some of the places you suggest they go and get their questions answered?
That's a great question. Your local health department website can give you information about vaccines. At Intermountain Healthcare, we have a intermountain.com/COVID vaccine website that gives you all sorts of information about the website and also how you can sign up for an appointment. And then if you're also having other general vaccine questions, the CDC has a ton of information about the vaccines, and it's a very credible source.
All right. Dr. Tamara Sheffield, Intermountain Healthcare Community Health and Prevention Medical Director, thanks for being with us on the Radio from Hell show.
I appreciate it, and I hope you guys have a great morning.
Thanks, you too.
Do you mind if I do a quick traffic before we leave here?
Please. Yeah, that truck?
Yeah, it's just it's having some nasty issues happening up north. So we've got. Whoa.
Ouch.
I was almost asleep there, and that just brought me right up.
So this backhoe tipped over on US 89. This is close to Oak Hills Drive, just north of Oak Hills Drive, and it's spilling some oil, which is causing all northbound lanes to be shut down. US 89 through there. I would avoid Highway 89 at all costs if you can. Also, we've got issues I-15 southbound approaching Park Lane, US 89 split in Farmington. Traffic is backing into Kaysville there. And crash northbound I-15 near 1600 North in Orem. 3 right lanes are blocked and traffic is getting by in the left lanes there. Find your match at Strong Volkswagen, where the down payment matches the monthly payment. Plus, all new 2021 SUVs have 0% financing. Visit strongvw.com.
All right, so we'll do Boner of the Week after this. Stand by. Scott Hale, Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Let's see, it's the 21st of May.
Mm-hmm.
Only a few more days left in May.
Yeah.
To get this deal.
December, April, June, 31 days, yeah.
Mhm.
So the deal is $29 for a furnace or air conditioning tune-up. It's only during the month of May from Scott Hale Plumbing, Heating, and Air. Scott Hale, they're approaching the busiest time of the year. This is their busiest season. So right now, they need people to work for them. So if you want to learn how to be one of these technicians and do these, furnace or AC tune-ups, you can probably work for Scott Hale. Visit scotthale.com for a full list of open positions. They are a hail of a company to work for. Get it?
I see what you did there.
Call Scott Hale, 801-264-HALE. That's 264-HALE, or go to scotthale.com.
The workday can get so stressful between filing papers, sending emails.
All right, we're going to wrap things up with Ask a CG Artist here real quick. I'm going to put you on the spot. You say you had a friend who's worked on the Thor movie.
He is, by the way, John Patrick Rooney, who is a CG artist, works out of L.A., but here to visit family.
Yep.
And your friend did the animation of the Destroyer.
More so modeling and texturing, not
the animation.
The animation of it.
But he helped build the character. The Destroyer is
exactly.
like this
In
giant...
what movie
In
is it?
Thor.
Oh.
He's like this giant killer robot.
Just coming out this summer.
That destroys a town.
He also did, it's my roommate, and he did the hammer for Thor that you see at the end of Iron Man and in this one as well.
Do you guys have girlfriends?
Sometimes.
Listen, with all the dough they're pulling down?
No, I asked because they
Or
are
boyfriends.
or boyfriends.
No,
I
no
don't
boyfriends.
Listen,
They're on the computer.
You
all
take a girl.
day.
You take a girl to Iron Man 2, and you say, "Wait till the end. Wait till the end." And when that hammer shows up, you say, "I did that." You're in.
No, I'm not saying. I'm saying it sounds like they are chained to a computer a lot of the time.
I have to say, I've had one relationship go south because I was working.
That's all I'm
insane
saying.
hours. It was a good Ogden girl too, living in L.A.
A good Ogden
yeah,
girl?
good. I know.
There's no such thing.
In a good in a bad way.
Yeah,
right.
Bad in a good
Bad
way.
in a good way. That's all
Good Ogden girl. Let's see. A quick software question from Nick. Let's see. Go ahead, Nick.
Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah.
Maya, I guess, is the standard. How does 3D Max compare?
3D Max is a standard for a lot of things, a lot of car commercials and things like that, and video games use 3D Max, but more and more Maya is becoming more of a standard. I hate modeling in 3D Max. It drives me nuts.
Now, you were saying that if I were just to buy the Maya program, it was how much again?
I'm not sure, but it's like over 1,000.
Over
between
1,000?
Almost
1,000.
4,000.
Yeah.
Almost what?
4,000.
Almost 4,000.
Well, 3,999.
That's almost
close. Yeah.
Almost.
You know, it sounds to me like if this is what you're gonna do, it might be worth it to invest in that.
Yeah.
All right.
You can use those programs if you go to a school. They have them available.
This is true, and I know even up at the U they have those programs available, and it's all part of your fees. So.
Here's a question without getting too political. How is your health insurance as an independent contractor?
It's a bottle of Advil.
Somebody wants to know, where's my holodeck?
Yeah, that was
We're
my
gonna
next
have the
question.
holodeck.
Where's my damn holodeck?
Yeah, I'm working on it. So, all
right.
Any requests?
And here's the final question, which I think is the best one. This is: do you have to be good at math?
No, you don't.
Perfect.
But sometimes I've used some trigonometry and
don't you need
scripts
that
and
for,
things like
for
that.
Architecture, don't you?
Yeah,
Know what I mean?
sort of.
Trigonometry.
If people want to see some of the stuff, is there a place that people can go? Do you have a website where they can see your demo?
I have my demo reel on Vimeo, but it's just you can go ahead and email me at johnpatrickrooney@gmail.com, and I will send you an email with some info.
John Patrick Rooney, Irish?
Yes.
Oh. Irish question mark?
John Patrick Rooney at gmail.com.
St. Patrick's Day Parade Saturday, you know.
All right, I'll stop by.
All right. $9:52, and it's time for Boner of the Week.
Brought to you by Jiffy Lube Multicare. Get services on brakes, batteries, spark plugs, and more. Visit jiffylubutah.com for services, locations, and special offers anywhere is possible with Jiffy Lube.
I don't know if I can do Boner of the Week because
Why
I
not?
think my conservative voice has been silenced.
What? You're a liberal media. You're a liberal media elite.
That's right. Ahoy, hoy, Dave.
Hi.
Dave, the flower guy, is with us. He comes in every week to select Boner of the Week because, well, we just want to be done with it.
We're not qualified, Bill.
No.
Yeah.
I wash my hands of these candidates. It's now Dave's problem. Dave is the hard-working guy that you see around town. He's driving around on his tractor. He's pulling a little trailer. He's got flowers with him, and sometimes other things for sale. And Dave, if you see him, stop him or talk to him and buy some flowers. He's a good guy. Are you ready to go, David?
Yep.
Okay. Here we go. Way back on Monday, the winner was "We Will Not Cower in Fear." That was Rabbi Benny Zippel here locally, responding to the fact that someone had carved a swastika into the glass door of their synagogue in Sugar House. Number 2, from Tuesday, Your Honor, we were scheduled to take a family road trip to North Carolina for a Klan rally. One of the Capitol Hill insurrectionists, rioters, if you will. There's a picture of him with a big Confederate flag walking down the halls of Congress after they broke into the building. He's been on kind of home confinement, but he and his son, who was also arrested because his son was there, they appealed to a judge. They said, Your Honor, we were supposed to take a family road trip this summer. Can't we do that? And the judge let them. The judge said, okay, you can go on your road trip, but you got to report back in when you get home. Boner candidate number 3 from Wednesday. Well, okay, what happened to the chickens then?
I love this candidate.
It's okay. So the ninjas who are trying to prove that the
cyber ninjas
who are trying to prove that the election was hacked in Maricopa County, Arizona, and one of the theories that they're floating out there is that there were a bunch of ballots that were shredded, and those shredded ballots were fed to chickens. And what happened to the chickens? Well, the chickens were incinerated.
Why didn't they just incinerate the ballots? Why did it have to go through the chicken?
I don't know. It kind of reminded me of Deadwood and Woo's pigs, you know. Then number 4 from Thursday. I'll make her be my bride, damn it. A Utah man charged with kidnapping and holding his girlfriend hostage and smacking her around until, quote, she makes the right decision and agrees to marry me. And then boner candidate number 5 from today, the mask mandate is like the Holocaust, according to Marjorie Taylor Greene. Dave, I don't know what you're going to do with all of that. Which one do you think?
Number 4.
I'll make her my bride, damn it.
Yeah, that's a bad one.
Local one, yeah, that's the one, I think. Good selection, my friend, good selection.
Yeah.
All right, David, thank you.
We'll talk to you next week.
Bye, Dave.
Bye.
Bye.
Dave wants us to be back in the studio.
Oh, did he say that?
Well,
or can you just tell?
No, he's indicated that. He misses coming to the studio and, hanging out in the cantina. And sometimes there are donuts and
Oh, it's the donuts.
Well, he likes the camaraderie of it.
Those donuts that y'all got this morning there in the studio come all the way from Arizona, apparently.
How's that?
A listener in Arizona had them Grubhubbed or something like that.
Oh, really?
Blaine DoorDashed them to me. Or
DoorDash.
to us.
Yeah.
Blaine is in Arizona.
Blaine's in Arizona, and DoorDashed them to Katie.
And again, thank you. That's really sweet. After
That was
yesterday's
very nice.
craziness and overwhelming feeling.
Indeed.
Two giant boxes of Banbury Cross donuts.
They're delicious.
Well,
I haven't had
I
a
bet
donut since we've been in the studio. That's the only time I ever got them was when people would bring them to the studio.
I would say I'll leave you one, but it'll be gross by the time you get here.
Yeah.
Because you're not allowed to go to Banbury Cross and get a donut. You can sneak off to Popeyes and get chicken fingers.
Bill,
Why
that's
can't you-
protein. I can justify protein. I can't justify a donut.
You can't sneak off going to the drive. They have a drive-up window at Banbury Cross,
I know they do. Maybe that'll be my outing this weekend. Is go to get a donut.
That's an next poll I want to do is secret eating.
Secret. Okay, I'll write it down.
Food,
write that
food
down.
that you hide. Yeah.
I don't do that. Why are we talking about this? Why are we bringing this up?
What is your shame? What is your secret eating that you do?
How
that
many
you hide
places?
from
How many
your
places
spouse?
in the house, Gina, have you got little food caches hidden?
One.
Just one?
Yeah. Well, they keep finding it. So.
Oh, so you have
Carrie,
to switch
is that
it
a
around.
hiding place?
What's
What's? Oh,
M&Ms?
M&Ms.
Are those the peanut M&Ms?
Of course.
There you go. My favorite.
Sue doesn't know about that.
She's in the
She
shower.
does-
Hopefully
She
she's
does
not
now.
listening. Hopefully she's not listening.
Hidden in R2D2.
Secret food.
So yeah, let's do that as an X poll sometime next week.
Now I want some M&Ms.
And a donut.
And a Minute Maid slushie.
Well, I'm going upstairs to get some more peanut butter bars that Sue made yesterday. All right. I think we're good. Did we get all business taken care of?
Well, as far as I know.
Fine job, especially this week, Katie.
Yeah.
Live long and prosper, bitches.
Don't you know who I am?
I told you, alcohol is just fine.
Corey is next.